Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never told anyone this story outside of the family I was living with at the time. Even now, typing this out, my hands are getting clammy. I'm not sure why I feel compelled to share it now. Maybe I just need to get it off my chest. Or maybe I'm hoping someone else has experienced something similar. This happened about 3 years ago when I was staying with the Miller family in Pine Hollow. It's this tiny mountain town that's basically just a collection of cabins and a general store. The nearest actual city is about 2 hours away, and cell service is basically non-existent. I'd moved there temporarily for work. I was doing environmental research in the surrounding forest and needed a place to stay for 6 months. The Millers were good people. Tom and Sarah had 2 boys, Marcus, who was 14, and Lucas, who was just 7. They had this beautiful rustic home with huge windows overlooking the forest. It was peaceful, quiet, until it wasn't. About a month after I moved in, Lucas started sleepwalking. At first it seemed totally normal. Kids sleepwalk sometimes, right? Sarah would find him standing in the hallway or in the kitchen just staring blankly. She'd gently guide him back to bed, and that would be it. But as the weeks went on, it got more frequent and weirder. Marcus's bedroom was next to Lucas's, and he started noticing a pattern. Lucas would always try to go to the same place, the back door that led into the woods behind their house. Every single time. He'd walk down the hallway, past the living room, through the kitchen, and then stand at that door. Sometimes he'd be reaching for the handle when Marcus would find him and take him back to bed. One night in October, I was up late working on some research when I heard footsteps in the hallway. It was around 2 in the morning. I peeked out of my room and saw Lucas in his dinosaur pajamas walking slowly toward the living room. His eyes were open, but there was this vacant look on his face. I watched him for a moment, thinking maybe he was just going to the bathroom, but then he kept going, heading straight for the kitchen and the back door. I followed him quietly, not wanting to startle him. I'd heard somewhere that you shouldn't wake sleepwalkers suddenly. When he got to the back door, he just stood there, hand outstretched toward the doorknob, but not quite touching it. He was mumbling something I couldn't make out. "Lucas?" I whispered. He didn't respond, just kept staring at the door and mumbling. I got closer and realized he was saying the same thing over and over. "I have to go. I have to go." I gently took his hand and said, "Let's get you back to bed, buddy." He didn't resist at all, just turned and let me lead him back to his room. I tucked him in, and he immediately closed his eyes and seemed to fall back into a normal sleep. The next morning at breakfast, I mentioned it to Sarah. She looked tired, with dark circles under her eyes. "It's been happening almost every night now," she said, keeping her voice low so Lucas wouldn't hear from where he was eating cereal at the table. "We took him to Dr. Matthews in town, but he just said it was normal for kids his age. Gave us some tips about making sure he's not too tired and reducing stress before bedtime, but it's not working." "Has he always tried to go out the back door?" I asked. Tom joined the conversation. "That's the strange part. It started about 2 months ago, and it's always the same, always that door." He ran a hand through his hair. "We've started taking turns staying up to catch him before he gets too far." That night, I had the most terrifying dream of my life. In it, I woke up to the sound of footsteps passing my door. I got up and saw Lucas walking down the hallway in his pajamas, just like the night before. "I have to go," he was saying, over and over. I followed him to the back door, but this time when he reached for the doorknob, the door swung open on its own, and there, in the doorway, was Something I still struggle to describe it. It looked like an old man, but wrong in every way. Its face was disfigured with sunken cheeks and eyes that seemed too big for its skull. Its body was impossibly thin, like skin stretched over bones with nothing in between. It was wearing what looked like dirty, tattered clothes, but they seemed to merge with its skin in places. The worst part was its hands. Long, spindly fingers that looked more like twigs than human digits. It was saying something, calling to Lucas, "Come here, come here, come to me." Lucas started walking toward it. I tried to grab him to pull him back, but I couldn't move. I was frozen in place, forced to watch as this thing reached out those horrible fingers toward the boy. No exclamation mark, I finally managed to shout, "Lucas, stop!" The thing turned its head to look at me, and its eyes, God, its eyes were just empty sockets with tiny pinpricks of light deep inside them. It smiled, showing teeth that were more like needles. "He's mine," it said, in a voice that sounded like dry leaves rustling. "He hears me calling. He'll come to me eventually." Then it grabbed Lucas's hand and pulled him through the doorway into the darkness beyond. I woke up gasping, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might break through my ribs. I sat up in bed for hours after that, too terrified to go back to sleep. I kept telling myself it was just a nightmare, that I was letting the whole sleepwalking thing get to me. But it had felt so real, so fucking real. The next morning, I must have looked as bad as I felt, because Sarah immediately asked if I was okay when I came into the kitchen. "Just didn't sleep well," I said, pouring myself some coffee with shaking hands. Lucas was at the table, happily eating breakfast, completely normal, no sign that anything was wrong. After the boys left for school, I decided I had to tell Tom and Sarah about my dream. I felt stupid doing it. Who gets this worked up over a nightmare? But something was telling me I needed to share it. "I had this dream about Lucas last night," I started, then described the whole thing. As I talked, I watched their faces. They didn't look skeptical or confused. They looked scared. When I finished, Tom and Sarah exchanged a glance. "What?" I asked. "What is it?" Sarah took a deep breath. "Marcus had a similar dream last week. Not exactly the same, but he also saw something calling to Lucas. He said it was an old man with a melted face." A chill ran down my spine. "And you didn't think to mention this?" Tom shook his head. "We didn't want to scare you, and honestly, we tried to convince ourselves it was just Marcus picking up on our anxiety about Lucas's sleepwalking. But now, you've had the same dream," Sarah said quietly. "And you described almost exactly what Marcus saw." That afternoon, while the boys were still at school, we had a long talk. The Millers admitted they'd been worried it might be something not natural, something supernatural. Pine Hollow had a history of strange occurrences in the surrounding forest, local legends about spirits that lured people into the woods. Most people wrote them off as campfire stories, but the older residents took them seriously. "What do we do?" I asked. "If the doctors can't help..." "There's someone else we could try," Tom said reluctantly. "Mrs. Abernathy. She lives on the edge of town. Some people call her a witch doctor, but she's helped people before with unusual problems." Sarah nodded. "My grandmother used to go to her for remedies. She knows things about the mountain and the forest that other people don't." I was skeptical, but also desperate. That dream had felt too real, and the fact that Marcus had seen the same entity was too much of a coincidence. If there was even a slight chance this woman could help, it was worth trying. The next day, Sarah took Lucas to see Mrs. Abernathy. I stayed home with Tom, both of us too anxious to focus on anything. When they returned hours later, Lucas seemed tired but otherwise fine. Sarah pulled us aside while Marcus took his brother to play video games. "She knew," Sarah whispered. "Before I even told her what was happening, she knew. She said there's something in the forest that targets children. She called it the Hollow Man. Said it's been around for generations, calling to kids, trying to lure them into the woods. What did she do? Tom asked. She gave Lucas this tea to drink, then did this ritual thing with herbs and prayers. I don't know exactly what it was, but Lucas sat through the whole thing without complaining. Sarah pulled a small leather pouch from her pocket. She gave me this to hang above his bed. It's got herbs and something else inside it. She said it would block the Hollow Man from reaching Lucas in his dreams. I thought it sounded crazy, but I wasn't about to say that out loud. We hung the pouch that night, and Sarah gave Lucas another cup of the tea Mrs. Abernathy had sent home. That night, for the first time in weeks, Lucas slept through the night without getting up, and the next night, and the night after that. A week passed with no sleepwalking incidents. Then 2 weeks. Lucas stopped talking in his sleep, stopped looking tired all the time. He went back to being a normal, energetic 7-year-old boy. I wish I could say that was the end of it. But about a month later, something happened that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I was alone in the house one afternoon. Tom and Sarah were at work, the boys at school. I decided to go for a walk in the woods behind the house. It was a clear, cold day, and the forest was beautiful with its fall colors. I'd gone maybe half a mile when I noticed something strange, an area where the trees seemed thinner, sickly. Their bark was gray and peeling, the few remaining leaves withered. In the center of this area was an old stump, and sitting on it was... God, I still can't believe what I saw. It was him, the thing from my dream, the Hollow Man. He wasn't looking at me. He was staring in the direction of the Miller house, his back partly to me. But I recognized that impossibly thin frame, those long, spindly fingers. I froze, not daring to breathe. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, but I was paralyzed with fear. Then slowly, its head started to turn toward me. I didn't stay to see its face again. I ran. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life, branches scratching my face, my lungs burning, until I burst out of the forest and back to the house. I locked every door and window and sat shaking on the couch until the family came home. I never told them what I saw. I couldn't bring myself to. Lucas was better. The sleepwalking had stopped, and I didn't want to bring that fear back into their home. I moved out about a month later when my research project ended. I've kept in touch with the Millers, and Lucas has been fine. No more sleepwalking, no more strange behavior, but sometimes, when I close my eyes at night, I still see that thing sitting on the stump, its head slowly turning toward me. And I wonder what would have happened if Lucas had made it out that back door one night. I wonder how many children have disappeared into those woods over the years, following the call of the Hollow Man. I don't know what Mrs. Abernathy did to protect Lucas, but I'm grateful for it. I've since learned that many cultures around the world have traditional remedies for spiritual problems that modern medicine can't touch. I used to be skeptical of all that stuff. Not anymore. There are things in this world that we don't understand, things that exist just beyond what we can normally perceive, and sometimes they want to take what doesn't belong to them. I know that now. I just wish I didn't. Story 2. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. Even as a medical examiner who's seen more dead bodies than most people could stomach, I've always found comfort in science and logic. Death was just biology to me. At least, that's what I told myself until last summer. My name is Elizabeth Moore. I'm a forensic pathologist with 15 years of experience working with the deceased. My job is to determine cause of death, not chase phantoms. But what happened to me in the Louisiana bayou shattered everything I thought I knew about reality. It started with a phone call from the New Orleans PD. They had 3 bodies pulled from different parts of the swamp over 6 weeks, all showing the same peculiar marking on their necks and the same cause of death: asphyxiation. The local ME, Dr. Camille Broussard, suspected a serial killer and asked for my expertise since I'd worked a similar case in Atlanta 2 years prior. I flew down on a Wednesday morning in July. The humidity hit me like a wall when I stepped off the plane. New Orleans in summer is like walking through soup, thick, heavy, and suffocating. After settling into my hotel, I headed straight to the morgue to meet Camille. We'd been colleagues for years, occasionally consulting on cases, but this was my first time working with her in person. Camille was brilliant, sharp as a scalpel, with a no-nonsense attitude and a quiet intensity that commanded respect. She greeted me with a quick hug before diving straight into the case. "These marks aren't made by human hands," she said, showing me close-up photographs of the bruising patterns. "Look at the spacing. Whatever left these impressions was much larger than human fingers." I studied the images. She wasn't wrong. The marks were unusual, but I remained skeptical about any supernatural explanation. "Could be a tool or implement of some kind," I suggested. Camille nodded, but I could tell she wasn't convinced. "Perhaps, but there's something else. Each body was found exactly 7 days apart, all during the full moon phase. Ritualistic killing, maybe," I offered. "Maybe." She hesitated, then added, "There's a local legend about a woman who was strangled in the bayou 100 years ago. They say her spirit looks for revenge during the full moon." I raised an eyebrow. "You don't actually believe that, do you?" Camille shrugged. "I've seen things in these swamps that science can't explain, Elizabeth. Things that make me question everything I know." We spent the rest of the day reviewing autopsy reports and examining the latest victim. By evening, we were both exhausted and agreed to continue fresh in the morning. The next day, after more lab work and discussions with detectives, Camille suggested we visit the area where the most recent body had been found. "I keep a small shack out there," she explained. "My father was an avid fisherman, left it to me when he passed. It's nothing fancy, just a place to store gear and maybe spend an afternoon fishing, but it's close to where they found the last victim. Might give us some perspective." I agreed, thinking some fresh air might help clear my head after 2 days in the morgue. We drove about 40 minutes outside the city, then switched to Camille's boat for the last leg of the journey. The bayou was beautiful in a wild, untamed way. Cypress trees draped with Spanish moss, their knobby knees poking through the dark water, while egrets and herons waded along the shoreline. But there was something unsettling about it too. A primordial feeling like we were trespassing in a place humans weren't meant to fully understand. Camille navigated the waterways with the confidence of someone who'd grown up on them. "Almost there," she called over the motor's hum. "Around this bend." The shack appeared suddenly, a simple wooden structure on stilts, with a small deck extending over the water. It was isolated, with no other buildings in sight. Just swamp, water, and wilderness stretching in every direction. "Peaceful, isn't it?" Camille said as she tied up the boat. "Despite everything, I still find comfort out here." The shack was basic but functional. A single room with fishing rods, nets, and hunting gear organized neatly along the walls. A small propane stove sat in one corner next to a cabinet stocked with canned goods and basic supplies. 2 weathered chairs occupied the deck outside. "My father built this place 40 years ago," Camille explained. "Used to bring me here every weekend, taught me how to fish, how to respect the bayou, said it was alive in its own way." We placed our bags inside and grabbed a couple of cold drinks from the small cooler Camille had brought. It was almost 3 in the afternoon, and the heat was intense. We sat on the deck, watching dragonflies skim across the water's surface, discussing the case. "What if we're looking at this all wrong?" I suggested. "Maybe there's a toxin involved that causes the bruising pattern as a side effect." Camille nodded thoughtfully. "Possible. Though the tox screens came back negative for all the usual suspects." We continued talking, but I was having trouble focusing. A strange feeling had crept over me, that prickling sensation of being watched. I scanned the shoreline, expecting to see someone, but there was nothing, just trees and water and the occasional bird. "Everything okay?" Camille asked, noticing my distraction. "Yeah, just..." Do you ever feel like you're not alone out here? She gave me a curious look. The bayou is never truly empty, Elizabeth. Gators, snakes, all manner of creatures. No, I trailed off, unsure how to explain the sensation. It wasn't like being watched by an animal. It felt intentional, focused. That's when I felt it. A cold pressure on my left shoulder, not like someone touching me, but more like the air itself had condensed into a solid weight pressing down. The temperature around me dropped noticeably, my breath suddenly visible, despite the July heat. Before I could say anything, Camille's eyes widened, fixed on a point just behind me. The blood drained from her face, and she let out a scream that still haunts my dreams, raw and primal, filled with pure terror. I turned, expecting to see someone or something, but there was nothing there, just empty air. Camille was already on her feet, stumbling backward. "We need to go," she gasped. "Now!" The panic in her voice triggered my own. I jumped up, knocking over my chair, the cold pressure still gripping my shoulder. We rushed inside to grab our things, moving with the frantic energy of prey animals, fleeing a predator. In our haste to escape, I tripped over a coiled rope on the floor, falling hard against a metal tackle box. Pain exploded through my left shoulder and collarbone. I heard a distinct crack, followed by a wave of nausea that told me something had broken. Camille pulled me up with surprising strength. Her eyes were wild, darting around the room as if tracking something invisible. She hadn't spoken since that initial scream, just pulled me toward the door with desperate urgency. We practically fell into the boat. Camille's hands were shaking so badly she could barely start the engine. When it finally roared to life, she gunned it, sending us skimming across the water at dangerous speeds, navigating the twisting channels with reckless precision. The entire trip back, she didn't say a word. Her face was frozen in an expression of shock, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. I cradled my injured arm, trying to make sense of what had happened. The cold pressure had vanished, but the pain remained, intense and throbbing. We reached the dock as the sun was setting. Camille still hadn't spoken, communicating only through frantic gestures. She drove us directly to the hospital, where I was diagnosed with a fractured left clavicle, exactly where I'd felt that strange cold pressure before falling. The doctors asked what happened, and I mumbled something about tripping in the boat. They gave me pain medication, fitted me with a sling, and discharged me with instructions to follow up with my primary physician back home. Camille drove me to my hotel. I kept asking what she'd seen, but she would only shake her head, tears streaming down her face. When we arrived, she scribbled a note on a hotel notepad. "Not tonight. Need time." I didn't see her the next day, or the day after. The detectives told me she'd called in sick, something she'd apparently never done in 15 years with the department. When I called her phone, there was no answer. 5 days after the incident, as I was preparing to fly home, she finally contacted me. She asked to meet at a cafe near my hotel. When I arrived, I barely recognized her. She'd lost weight. Her eyes were sunken with dark circles beneath them, and her hands trembled as she sipped her coffee. Most shocking of all, when she tried to speak, nothing came out. She gestured to her throat and shook her head, then slid a notebook across the table. "Lost my voice," she'd written. "Doctors can't explain it. No physical damage." "Camille, what happened out there?" I asked. "What did you see?" She began writing frantically, the pen digging into the paper. When she pushed the notebook back to me, I read, "A woman, standing behind you. White dress, soaking wet, her left arm, same as your injury, broken, hanging wrong. Her mouth was open in a silent scream, but her eyes, God, her eyes were looking right through you. She was reaching for your shoulder with her good hand. That's when you turned, but you couldn't see her. I don't think she wanted you to." I felt sick reading her words. "A ghost. You think a ghost broke my collarbone?" She nodded, then wrote more. "She was trying to possess you. I've heard stories all my life about the Lady of the Bayou, never believed them until now. She takes people during the full moon. I think she's our killer, Elizabeth. I think she's been drowning them after showing them whatever made me scream. I wanted to dismiss it as trauma or shock, but the timing of my injury was too perfect, breaking exactly where I'd felt that cold pressure before I even fell. And Camille's condition, 3 weeks of unexplained muteness with no physical cause, no damaged vocal cords, no laryngitis, nothing medical science could identify. That was 4 months ago. Camille eventually regained her speech, but she's never been the same. She refuses to go anywhere near that part of the bayou. When cases come up in that area, she sends assistance. She's put her father's shack up for sale, but no one will buy it. As for me, my collarbone healed, but I still feel a phantom coldness there sometimes, especially at night. I've researched local legends since returning home and found mentions of a woman who was murdered in the bayou in the early 1900s, strangled by her husband after she caught him with another woman. Her body was found floating near a fishing shack, her left collarbone and arm broken from the struggle. I don't know what to believe anymore. I'm a scientist, trained to trust evidence and logic. But what happened that day defies rational explanation. I never saw what Camille saw, but something was there with us, something that could affect the physical world, that could break bones and steal voices. The serial killings in the bayou stopped after our visit. No more bodies with those strange marks, no more deaths during the full moon. The case remains officially unsolved. Sometimes I wonder if she chose me specifically. If there was something about me, another medical examiner, someone who works with the dead, that drew her attention, or if it was just random chance that put me in her path that day. I haven't been back to New Orleans. I'm not sure I ever will. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, some places better left unexplored. The bayou keeps its secrets, and after what happened to me and Camille, I think that's for the best. Story 3. : I still get goosebumps every time I drive through that intersection. It's been 4 years, but I can't shake what happened that night. I've tried to find logical explanations, but nothing makes sense. This happened during my second year at Vermont State, where I was taking evening classes in graphic design. The campus was about an hour from my parents' place in rural Thornfield. I'm not a fan of night driving, never have been, but these classes were only offered in the evening, so I didn't have much choice. It was mid-December, almost the end of the fall semester. Finals were coming up, and I was stressed about my portfolio project. That particular Thursday, my parents decided they'd drive up to meet me for dinner before my class. They thought it would be nice to do some Christmas shopping at the Burlington Mall while I was in class. Then we'd all head home separately, Dad in his car, Mom riding with me in mine. Dinner was nice. Nothing fancy, just the campus cafe. Dad kept asking about my classes, while Mom reminded me I needed to pack up my dorm stuff soon for winter break. Normal family stuff. They headed to the mall while I went to class, which was supposed to go until 9:30. By some miracle, our professor let us out early around 8:45. My portfolio presentation had gone well, and I was feeling relieved as I texted Mom that I was done. They were just finishing up at the mall, so the timing worked out perfectly. We met in the parking lot around 9:15. "Ready to head back?" Dad asked, jingling his keys. "Follow me closely, okay? The fog's getting thick." I nodded, already dreading the dark drive. Dad knew I hated driving at night, especially in December when the roads could be icy and visibility was poor. Mom decided to ride with me instead of Dad. I think she knew I was anxious. "I'll keep you company," she said, climbing into my passenger seat. "Just stay right behind your father's taillights." The first 20 minutes were fine. Traffic was light, and I kept Dad's red Subaru in sight the whole time. We chatted about Christmas plans and my upcoming finals, but as we got further from town, the roads got darker and the fog started to roll in. The state highways gave way to county roads and finally to the winding back roads that led toward Thornfield. About 15 minutes from home, we approached a T-intersection outside the tiny town of Alcal. It's a weird spot. There's a stop sign, and you either go left toward Thornfield or right toward the interstate. There's a cornfield on one side and some trees on the other. No streetlights, just your headlights cutting through the darkness. Dad stopped at the sign, and I pulled up behind him, leaving enough space between us. The headlights illuminated the fog, creating this eerie glow. I remember checking my phone. It was 10:23. That's when it happened. Dad's brake lights went off, and suddenly he gunned it, making a left turn much faster than normal. I was about to follow when I saw headlights approaching from the left, the direction Dad had just turned toward. Dad cut right in front of this oncoming car. I gasped, expecting a collision. The oncoming car slammed on its brakes, stopping right in the middle of the intersection. Dad just continued down the road, his taillights disappearing into the fog. "What the hell?" I said, gripping the wheel. "Did you see that? Dad almost caused an accident." Mom looked worried. That wasn't like him at all. He must not have seen them. I sat there at the stop sign, staring at this car that was now blocking my path. It was just sitting there, idling in the intersection. I couldn't see the driver clearly, just the silhouette of someone behind the wheel. The headlights were on, engine running. "What do we do?" I whispered to Mom. "Should I honk?" "No," Mom said firmly. "Let's just wait. They're probably just shocked. They'll move in a minute." So we waited. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The car didn't move. I couldn't go around because there wasn't enough room without driving into the ditch. I couldn't back up because there was a curve behind us, and I wasn't confident reversing on these dark roads. The whole time, I kept thinking the driver must be furious, maybe calling the police or writing down Dad's license plate number, but they just sat there. 3 minutes passed. 4. The car remained motionless. "This is getting weird," I said, my hands sweating on the steering wheel despite the cold. "Why aren't they moving?" "Maybe they're having car trouble now," Mum suggested, but she sounded uncertain. "Try flashing your lights." I flicked my high beams on and off a couple times. No response. 5 minutes had now passed. I was getting really nervous. Dad was probably home already, wondering where we were. "I think I'm going to try to squeeze by," I finally said. "There might be enough room on the right." Mom nodded. "Just go slowly." I took my foot off the brake and inched forward, angling toward the right side of the road. As I pulled alongside the still idling car, I glanced over to see if I could make eye contact with the driver, maybe offer an apologetic wave for my dad's behavior. That's when Mom screamed. "They're gone!" I slammed on the brakes, nearly hitting my head on the steering wheel. "What?" "The car? Look at it!" Mom was pointing, her hand shaking. I turned to look directly at the car beside us, except there was no car. Nothing. The spot where it had been sitting was empty. The headlights that had been shining, the engine I'd been hearing, all vanished. At that exact moment, another vehicle approached from the left, passing through the precise spot where the phantom car had been stopped. Its headlights swept across us as it turned right at the intersection. "Did you see that?" Mum's voice was barely audible. "Tell me you saw that car disappear." My mouth was dry. I saw it. It was there and then it wasn't. We sat in stunned silence for several seconds. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Let's go home," Mum finally whispered. "Now." I nodded, my hands trembling as I put the car back in drive. I took the left turn and drove the remaining 10 minutes to our house in complete silence. Mom kept looking back over her shoulder as if expecting the vanished car to reappear behind us. When we pulled into our driveway, Dad's car was already there. He was in the kitchen making tea when we walked in. "What took you two so long?" he asked casually. I was starting to worry. Mom and I exchanged glances. "You nearly caused an accident back there," Mom said. At the T intersection, you cut off another car. Dad looked genuinely confused. What are you talking about? There was no other car. Yes, there was, I insisted. You pulled out right in front of them. They had to slam on their brakes. They stopped in the middle of the road. Dad shook his head. Lily, there was no other car at that intersection. The road was completely empty until that pickup truck came by about 5 minutes later. That's impossible, Mom said. We both saw it. It was sitting there for at least 5 minutes and then it just disappeared. Dad looked from Mom to me, his expression shifting from confusion to concern. Are you two okay? Maybe you saw reflections from something. It was foggy. We know what we saw, I said firmly, and we both saw it vanish into thin air when that pickup passed through. We argued about it for a while longer, but Dad remained adamant there had been no car. He suggested we were tired, that maybe headlights from the pickup had created some kind of optical illusion in the fog. But I know what I saw, what we saw. In the days that followed, I drove back to that intersection in daylight. I looked for anything that could have created reflections. Guardrails, signs, mailboxes. There was nothing but open cornfields, no metal surfaces, no water, nothing that could explain what we'd witnessed. I've taken that route hundreds of times since then, both day and night. I've never seen the phantom car again, but I always slow down at that intersection, half expecting to see those headlights materialize out of nowhere. Mom and I have talked about it many times. Our stories haven't changed. We both saw the same thing. Dad still thinks we imagined it or misinterpreted something in the fog. I've researched similar experiences online. Some people talk about time slips or glitches in the matrix. Others mention parallel dimensions briefly overlapping. I don't know what to believe. All I know is what happened that night was real. Something impossible occurred at that intersection. A car that both existed and didn't exist. A vehicle that Dad never saw, that blocked our path for 5 minutes, and that vanished before our eyes. Sometimes I wonder if we somehow glimpsed an alternate reality, one where an accident actually happened. Maybe in another timeline, Dad didn't make it home that night. Maybe what we witnessed was some kind of echo from that other reality bleeding into ours. Or maybe it was something else entirely, something I don't even have words for. It's been 4 years and I still get chills every time I approach that intersection. I still slow down, still glance toward the spot where that car sat idling before it disappeared into nothing. And I still wonder if someday I'll see those headlights again. Story 4. I've never told this to anyone outside of my manager and a couple close friends, but I need to get this off my chest. I've been working at this gas station in West Texas for about 3 years now. It's one of those typical convenience stores. You know, snacks, cigarettes, beer, the usual stuff. Nothing special, just a regular job that pays the bills. About 1.5 years ago, I started taking closing shifts because they paid a little better. At first, everything was normal. I'd restock shelves, clean up, count the register, all that boring stuff. But then weird shit started happening that I still can't explain. The first time I noticed something was off was during a closing shift in late October. It was around 11:30 at night, and I was doing inventory in our walk-in cooler. If you've never been in one of these things, they're basically just big refrigerated rooms where we keep all the cold drinks. Nothing scary about them, right? Wrong. I was counting cases of beer when I first heard it. This weird sound like someone breathing. Not heavy breathing or anything, just normal breathing. I stopped what I was doing and listened. The cooler has this constant hum from the refrigeration unit, but this was different. It was like someone was standing right behind me, just breathing. Then I heard what sounded like sniffling and feet sliding across the floor. I spun around so fast I almost dropped my clipboard. There was nobody there, just rows of drinks and beer cases. I checked every corner of that cooler, even moved some boxes around thinking maybe someone had snuck in there. Nothing. I told myself it was just the cooler making weird noises or maybe sounds coming from outside. Had to be, right? But then it kept happening. Over the next few weeks, I'd hear those same noises every time I was in there alone. The breathing, the sniffling, sometimes even what sounded like whispering, but I could never make out what was being said. The weird thing is, I kind of got used to it. That's how the human mind works, I guess. You can normalize almost anything if it happens enough. One thing that annoyed me about that cooler was the lights. They're on a timer to save energy, so they shut off automatically after about 3 minutes. I got used to working in the dark sometimes, just using the light coming through the glass doors from the main store. It wasn't ideal, but it was easier than walking across the cooler to hit the switch every few minutes. But this one night in December, God, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. Something happened that I can't rationalize away, no matter how hard I try. It was about 1 in the morning. We close at midnight, but I was behind on restocking because we'd been unusually busy. I was in the cooler, and as usual, the lights went out. But this time, the darkness felt different. It was thicker somehow, like it was actively pushing back against the light that should have been coming through the glass doors. I couldn't even see the shelves that I knew were right in front of me. I wasn't scared yet, just annoyed. I started feeling my way toward the light switch, bumping into shelves along the way. I hit the button and the lights came on. Relief. I went back to work, but after a few minutes, they went off again. This time the darkness seemed even heavier. I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face. I found my way to the switch again, turned the lights back on, and decided to just hurry up and finish what I was doing. But when they went off a third time, something changed. I started making my way to the switch again, but this time, about halfway there, I walked into something. It wasn't a shelf. It wasn't a box. It wasn't anything that should have been there. It felt soft, but repellent, like when you try to push 2 magnets together the wrong way. There was resistance, but nothing solid, and I was nowhere near any of the shelves. In that moment, the temperature dropped drastically. The cooler is always cold, obviously, but this was different. This was a bone-deep cold that seemed to bypass my skin and sink straight into my organs. I couldn't breathe. My lungs felt frozen. And then there was this hunger, not normal hunger, but this all-consuming emptiness in my gut that felt like I hadn't eaten in weeks. It only lasted maybe 5 seconds, and then it was gone. The lights suddenly came back on by themselves. The cold faded. I could breathe again. The hunger disappeared. I just stood there, shaking, trying to process what had just happened. Then I ran out of that cooler so fast I nearly took the door off its hinges. I almost quit that night. Should have, probably, but I needed the job. And by the next day, I'd convinced myself it was just some weird panic attack or something. The human mind is good at protecting itself, I guess. We explain away the things we can't understand. For a few months after that, nothing major happened. I'd still hear the breathing sometimes, but I got to where I'd just ignore it. I'd never go in the cooler without my phone flashlight now, and I'd work as quickly as possible. But then came the Sunday morning that changed everything. It was early February. I was working the early Sunday shift, which starts at 6 in the morning. The store was completely empty. Sundays are always dead until about 9 or 10. I was making the tea we sell. We have these big urns that we fill with water, add the tea bags, and let them brew. After getting the tea started, I went to restock the beer cooler. We'd been slammed Saturday night and the shelves were pretty bare. I was kneeling down, putting 6-packs on the bottom shelf when it happened. I felt a hand rest on top of mine. A small hand, like a child's. It was ice cold and felt not quite solid. I can't really explain it better than that. It didn't feel like a normal human hand, but it was definitely a hand. I froze. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I could feel my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. The hand just rested there, on top of mine, for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then I yanked my hand away so hard I pulled several beers with it. They crashed to the floor, but I didn't care. I ran out of that cooler and straight to the front door of the store. I was ready to bail, job be damned. But as I reached for the door, I glanced back through a crack in the shelves and I saw something. It wasn't exactly a person. It wasn't exactly a shadow. It was like this dark aura or silhouette moving through the dimly lit store. It was there for just a second and then it was gone. My hand was freezing cold. Not just cool, but literally freezing, like I'd held it in ice water for an hour. It took almost 20 minutes for it to warm up again. I called my manager Mike from the store phone. It was only 6:30 in the morning on a Sunday, but I didn't care. I told him I was having a personal emergency and needed him to come in. To his credit, he showed up within half an hour. When he got there, I was sitting outside on the curb, still shaking. He asked what was wrong, and I didn't know what to tell him. How do you explain something like that without sounding completely insane? But the words just started pouring out of me. Everything that had happened over the past few months, culminating in what happened that morning. I expected him to laugh or tell me I was overreacting. Instead, he got really quiet. Then he said, "Let's go check the security cameras." We went into the tiny office in the back of the store where the security system is. While we were reviewing the footage, we started hearing this weird splashing sound. Mike opened the office door and there was brown liquid seeping under the door and spreading across the floor. We ran out to the front and one of the tea urns had overflowed. Tea was everywhere, all over the counter, dripping onto the floor, spreading across the linoleum. But that should have been impossible. Those urns have automatic shut-offs. They can't overflow, and I checked them before going to the cooler. They were working fine. We cleaned up the mess and then went back to the security footage. We watched the tape from when I was in the cooler. There I was, kneeling down, stocking the beer. Then I suddenly jerked back, fell on my ass, and scrambled away from nothing. There was nothing there on the tape. No hand, no child. Nothing. We checked the footage of the tea urns too. They were just sitting there, normal, and then suddenly one of them started overflowing for no reason. No one was near them. Nothing triggered it. Mike didn't say much after that. He just looked at me with this expression I couldn't read and said he'd cover the rest of my shift if I wanted to go home. I took him up on it. I drove home in a daze, trying to make sense of what had happened. Was I losing my mind? Was the store actually haunted? I didn't know, and I still don't. I almost didn't go back, but like I said, I needed the job. So I kept working, but I refused to take closing shifts anymore. I work days now, when there are always other people around. I still hear things sometimes, the breathing, the whispering. But I've never felt that hand again, and I hope to God I never do. The worst part is not knowing what it was or what it wanted, not knowing if it's still there, waiting in that cooler for someone else to work alone at night, not knowing if I really experienced those things or if my mind was playing tricks on me. All I know is that I'll never work alone in that gas station again. And if you're ever in West Texas and stop at a gas station late at night and the clerk seems jumpy or nervous around the cooler, now you know why. Story 5. I've been living in this old house in Miyazaki for almost 2 months now, and I still haven't been able to sleep through the night. I'm writing this at 4 in the morning because, well, what else am I supposed to do when the scratching starts again? I found this place by complete accident. I was walking along the coast, feeling the ocean breeze against my face, when I spotted the "For Rent" sign outside this traditional Japanese house. The price was surprisingly reasonable for such a spacious place, especially one so close to the beach. The landlord, an elderly man named Yoshida-san, seemed almost too eager to rent it out. He mentioned it had been vacant for a few months, But something about the way he avoided eye contact when I asked about previous tenants should have been my first warning. The house itself is beautiful in that worn, nostalgic way. 2 stories, traditional sliding doors, tatami mats that smell of age and history. The wooden beams creak when the wind blows, which I initially found charming. There's this little garden in the back that's overgrown but still peaceful, a perfect place for a 23-year-old like me who wanted some quiet to focus on my translation work. Yoshida-san handed me a thick folder when I signed the lease. "Records," he said simply. "Every tenant since 1973. I thought it was just some quirky landlord thing, keeping meticulous records. I didn't even look at it until the scratching started. It began on my 3rd night here. I was drifting off to sleep when I heard it. This light, persistent scratching coming from somewhere inside my bedroom wall. At first, I thought it was mice. That would make sense in an old house like this. But the moment I sat up, fully awake, the scratching stopped. Completely. Like whatever was making the noise knew I was listening. I brushed it off as my imagination or maybe some kind of insect. But the next night it happened again. And the night after that, always stopping the moment I became fully conscious. I started leaving my desk lamp on, thinking that might deter any creatures. But it made no difference. Last week my friend May came to stay over. I hadn't told her about the scratching. Didn't want to sound like I was losing it. We stayed up late watching movies in the living room, and I actually felt relaxed for the first time in weeks. Around midnight, we both jumped at the sound of a door slamming upstairs, a loud, definitive bang that echoed through the house. "Is someone else here?" May asked, her eyes wide. I shook my head. "It's just us." We went upstairs together, checking every room. The bathroom door was closed, though I was certain I'd left it open. When we pushed it open, the room was empty and completely undisturbed. The window was closed and locked from the inside. "Old houses make noises," May said with a nervous laugh, but I could tell she was unsettled. She left early the next morning, making up some excuse about a work emergency. After she left, I found myself drawn to the folder Yoshida-san had given me. Flipping through the pages, I noticed something odd. No one had stayed in this house longer than 6 months, not a single tenant. Some left after just a few weeks, with no explanation noted. The most recent tenants, a young couple, had stayed for only 3 weeks before breaking their lease. Yoshida-san had simply written "noise complaints" next to their names. That night, I couldn't sleep. Around midnight, I got up and started examining the walls of my bedroom, wondering if there might be some hidden space or passage that could explain the scratching. On a whim, I knocked lightly on the wall where the sound usually came from. 3 quick taps. I waited, holding my breath, feeling ridiculous, and then it happened. 3 quick taps in response from inside the wall. My blood turned to ice. I backed away, nearly tripping over my futon. This wasn't an animal. This wasn't the house settling. Something, or someone, was answering me. I spent the rest of that night with all the lights on, huddled in my living room, too terrified to go back to my bedroom. When morning came, I convinced myself I had imagined it. Sleep deprivation can do strange things to a person's mind, right? But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in this house. A few days later, I was doing laundry in the upstairs utility room. It was around sunset, and the house was quiet, except for the rumble of the washing machine. As I headed back downstairs, I felt a sudden chill, like walking through a pocket of cold air. Then I heard it, a woman's voice speaking softly in Japanese right next to my ear. I couldn't make out the words exactly. It was like trying to listen to someone talking underwater, but it was definitely a female voice, and it was definitely speaking Japanese. I spun around, but there was no one there, just the empty stairwell behind me. I almost called Yoshida-san that night to tell him I was moving out. But where would I go? My job was here, and I'd spent most of my savings on the deposit for this place. Besides, a part of me didn't want to give up so easily. If there was something strange happening, I wanted to understand it, so instead I started documenting everything. I set up my phone to record audio at night while I slept. The first night, I captured nothing but my own breathing. The second night, the same. But on the third night, around 4 in the morning, my recording picked up a series of squeaks, like someone walking carefully across the old wooden floors, followed by 3 distinct thuds. I was alone in the house. My doors were locked. My windows were secured. The most unsettling incident happened just yesterday morning. I'd finally managed to fall asleep around 3 a.m., only to be jolted awake by a persistent banging on my bedroom window. It was around 5 or 6 in the morning, still dark outside. The banging was rhythmic. Knock, 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 pause, knock, 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 like someone trying to wake me up. I lay there frozen, watching the curtains, seeing them move slightly with each knock. Finally, I gathered my courage and threw the curtains open. There was no one there. Nothing. Just the pre-dawn darkness and the distant sound of waves. But the knocking had been real. I heard it. I saw the curtains move. That's when I started to think that whatever was in this house wasn't trying to scare me away. It was trying to communicate with me. Last night, I decided to try something. When the scratching started, instead of freezing or pretending to be asleep, I spoke out loud. "I can hear you," I said, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet room. "If you want to talk to me, there are better ways than scratching at my walls." The scratching stopped immediately. For a moment, there was total silence. Then, from the corner of my room, I heard a soft tapping sound, like fingernails lightly drumming on my wooden desk. "Is that you?" I asked. The tapping continued, a gentle rhythm that was almost friendly. "Do you live here too?" I asked. The tapping stopped, then started again, faster this time, almost excited. I know how this sounds. Believe me, I know. If someone had told me this story 2 months ago, I would have told them to see a therapist. But there's something in this house with me, something that's been here a long time, judging by those tenant records. Sometimes now, when I'm working late at night, I'll hear the tapping, like it's keeping me company. When I ask it to stop because I need to concentrate, it does. When I'm cooking in the kitchen, I'll hear footsteps upstairs, moving back and forth, like someone pacing. It seems most active between 4 and 5 in the morning. That's when the house feels different, like the air itself is charged with some kind of energy. That's when I sometimes catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye. A shadow passing by an open doorway, a reflection in a window that doesn't match what should be there. Last week, May came over again. I finally told her everything. To my surprise, she didn't think I was crazy. Instead, she suggested we look through the box of items left behind by previous tenants that Yoshida-san had stored in the attic. We found old notebooks, a few photographs, some clothing items. Nothing particularly revealing, but while we were rummaging through the box, something changed in the house. The air grew cold, and from downstairs came a loud rattling sound, followed by a deep rumbling that seemed to shake the entire structure. May and I raced downstairs to find all the kitchen cabinets open, dishes vibrating on their shelves. As we stood there, stunned, the cabinets slammed shut, one after another, like dominoes falling. May left immediately after that. She hasn't returned my calls since. But strangely, I'm not as afraid as I should be. I'm starting to think that whoever is here with me isn't malevolent. It's just here. This was its home first, and now we're sharing it. I've been researching the history of this area, trying to find any records of deaths or tragedies that might explain a haunting. So far, I haven't found anything definitive. But I did discover that this house, before it became a rental property, served briefly as a small inn during the 1960s. Before that, the records are spotty. This morning, after another night of tapping and footsteps, I found something strange in my bathroom. A single hairpin, antique-looking, sitting in the middle of the floor. I know it wasn't there when I showered last night. It's not mine. I don't own anything like it. When I picked it up, I felt that same cold pocket of air envelop me, and for just a second, I thought I smelled perfume, something floral and old-fashioned. I've started thinking of her as a her. I don't know why. Maybe because of the voice I heard or the hairpin. Maybe because the presence feels feminine somehow. I've even caught myself talking to her when I'm alone. "Good morning," I'll say to the empty house. Sometimes I'll hear a creak in response, like someone shifting their weight on an old floorboard. I've thought about moving out. Of course I have. But part of me feels like I'd be abandoning her, as if she's been waiting for someone who wouldn't run away, someone who would listen. I'm not sleeping much these days. I'm writing this by the light of my desk lamp, with that now familiar tapping keeping a steady rhythm nearby. I haven't told my family about any of this. They'd just worry, or worse, think I'm having some kind of breakdown, but I know what I've experienced is real. The recordings prove it. The way objects sometimes move when I'm not looking proves it. I'm thinking of giving her a name. Is that crazy? Probably, but we're sharing this space, this existence, and sometimes, in those quiet hours before dawn, when the tapping keeps me company as I work or read or just sit in silence, I find myself feeling less alone than I have in years. The tapping's getting louder now. She knows I'm writing about her. I should probably stop. But I don't think she minds. I think she just wants to be acknowledged. I think she just wants to be remembered. Story 6. I still remember the day we moved into that house like it was yesterday, even though it's been over 20 years. I was 5 years old, and my mom was pregnant with my little brother. We'd been living in a cramped mobile home, and my dad kept saying we needed more space for when the baby came. My grandfather had this piece of land he was developing into a small subdivision, just 6 houses total, and he gave my parents one of the lots as a gift. I was so excited about having my own bedroom. In the trailer, I'd been sleeping in what was basically a closet with a mattress thrown in it. The new house seemed massive to me at the time. It had 3 bedrooms, a big kitchen, and a backyard, where Dad said he'd build me a swing set someday. My room was at the end of the hallway. It had pale yellow walls and a window right behind where my bed was positioned. Mom hung up these thin, white curtains that would move when the air conditioner kicked on. I remember thinking they looked like ghosts dancing when that happened. I wish that was the only thing moving in my room. The very first night I couldn't sleep. Everything felt wrong. The air in my room was heavy and cold, not like the rest of the house. I kept hearing scratching sounds from inside the walls. When I pulled my blanket up to my chin and looked toward my closet, I saw something shift in the darkness. It wasn't like a person or an animal, more like a patch of deeper black that slid across the floor and then up the wall. I squeezed my eyes shut and counted to 10, but when I opened them, it was still there, hovering in the corner of my ceiling. I ran to my parents' room, crying. Mom was exhausted from unpacking all day and being 7 months pregnant. She sighed and told me it was just my imagination, that new houses make strange noises as they settle. Dad grumbled something about me being too old for this nonsense and sent me back to my room. I left my desk lamp on that night and every night after. By the end of our first week there, I'd seen the shadows moving in every room of the house, but they seemed to favor my bedroom. They were most active at night, between midnight and 3 in the morning. I know because I would lie awake watching the red numbers on my clock radio change, afraid to close my eyes. One night, about 2 weeks after we moved in, I woke up feeling pressure on my blanket, like someone was pushing down on it from the foot of my bed. It was gradual at first, then became more insistent, like hands pressing harder and harder. I could see the indentations forming in the fabric. "Mom?" I called out, my voice barely a whisper. "Dad?" No answer. The pressure moved up toward my legs. I was frozen with fear, unable to move or scream. Then, all at once, it released. The blanket flattened out again, but then I saw one of the shadows slide across my floor like a puddle of oil. It pooled by my door for a moment, before seeping underneath it into the hallway. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. The next morning at breakfast, I tried telling Mom again. "There's something in my room," I said, pushing my cereal around in the bowl. "It touched my blanket last night." Mom exchanged a look with Dad. "Honey, it was probably just a bad dream," she said, rubbing her swollen belly. "Or maybe it was the cat." We didn't have a cat. Dad slammed his coffee mug down. "Enough with the imagination, Eliza. You're giving your mother stress, and that's not good for the baby." I stopped talking about it after that, but the shadows didn't stop coming. They got bolder. One afternoon while Mom was napping, I was coloring at the kitchen table when I saw a shadow detach itself from behind the refrigerator. It wasn't cast by anything. It was just darkness moving on its own. It slithered across the linoleum floor and then rose up like smoke until it was about my height. It just stood there, watching me. I could feel it watching, even though it had no eyes I could see. I dropped my crayon and ran outside, refusing to come back in until Mom called for dinner. Things started happening during the day, too. Cabinet doors would slam shut when nobody was near them. The television would turn on by itself, always to static. My toys would be rearranged when I came back to my room. Once, I found all my stuffed animals facing the wall in a circle. Dad started drinking more. He'd always had a few beers on weekends, but now he was drinking whiskey every night. He'd get mean, yelling at Mom over nothing. Sometimes he'd throw things. He never hit us. But he came close a few times, his fist raised and face contorted, before he'd storm out of the house. Mom would cry and tell me it was just stress about the baby coming and his job. I knew better. The shadows were changing him. Mom tried to get me to play with the other kids in the neighborhood. There were 5 other houses in our little subdivision, and 3 of them had kids around my age. She set up a play date with Emily, who lived 2 houses down. She was 6 and had a brother who was 8. We were playing with her Barbie dolls in her bedroom when she suddenly stopped and looked at me very seriously. "Do you see them too?" she asked, her voice barely audible. My stomach dropped. "See what?" "The dark things, the ones that move when they shouldn't." I nodded slowly, relief and terror mixing inside me. I wasn't crazy. Someone else saw them too. "They come into my room at night," Emily whispered. "They stand around my bed and watch me. Sometimes they touch my hair." "Have you told your mom and dad?" I asked. Emily nodded. "They took me to a doctor. He gave me pills that make me sleepy, but I still see them. My brother sees them too, but he pretends he doesn't." Over the next few weeks, I met all the kids in the subdivision. There were 7 of us total, ranging from 4 to 11 years old. Every single one of them had seen the shadows. The older ones tried to ignore them, but the younger ones, like me, couldn't. Jason, the 11-year-old who lived at the end of the street, told us his theory during a secret meeting we had at the half-built playground in the center of the subdivision. "My grandpa told me this whole area used to be a burial ground," he said, his face serious. "Not like a regular cemetery, but a place where they put people who died bad, like criminals and crazy people." "My dad says your grandpa is full of shit," said Tyler, who was 8. "Well, my dad started sleepwalking last month," Jason shot back. "Mom found him digging in the backyard at 3 in the morning. He didn't remember doing it." We all fell silent. Strange things were happening with all our parents. Emily's mom had started talking to someone who wasn't there. Tyler's dad had covered all the mirrors in their house with sheets. My own father's drinking was getting worse, and Mom was having nightmares that made her scream so loud it woke the neighbors. One night, about 3 months after we moved in, I woke up to find my bedroom filled with shadows. They weren't just in the corners anymore. They were everywhere, hanging from the ceiling like dark stalactites, crawling across my walls, pooling on my floor. I could hear them whispering, though I couldn't make out the words. The sound was like radio static mixed with faraway voices. I was too terrified to move. One of the shadows separated from the others and approached my bed. It rose up, forming a vague human shape, but distorted and wrong. It had too many limbs, and they bent at impossible angles. It reached for me with what might have been a hand. I screamed. I screamed louder than I ever had in my life. My bedroom door slammed open, then immediately slammed shut again with no one there. That's when Mum finally came running. By the time she burst through the door, the shadows had retreated to the corners, but they were still visible, pulsing like black hearts. "Mommy, look, look!" I pointed frantically at the corners of my room. Mum followed my finger, her eyes scanning the room. For a moment, just a moment, I saw recognition in her eyes. She saw them too, but then she shook her head. "It was just a nightmare, sweetie," she said, but her voice trembled. "Just a bad dream." "No, they're there. They're always there." I was hysterical, clinging to her nightgown. That's when Dad appeared in the doorway. He looked terrible. His eyes were bloodshot, and he hadn't shaved in days. He glared at me with an expression I'd never seen before. "Get back to bed," he growled. "I'm sick of this shit." Mum gasped. "She's 5 years old." They started arguing. I huddled under my blanket, watching the shadows grow larger as my parents' voices got louder. It was like they were feeding off the anger, the fear, the discord. The next day, Mom took me to a child psychologist. I tried telling him about the shadows, but he just nodded and wrote things in his notebook. He told my mom I had an overactive imagination and possible anxiety about the new baby coming. He suggested a nightlight and limiting scary TV shows. The nightlight didn't help. If anything, it made the shadows more defined, giving them edges and depth they hadn't had before. The baby came 2 weeks early. Mum had to have an emergency C-section because his heart rate kept dropping. Dad was too drunk to drive her to the hospital, so our neighbor took them. I stayed with Emily's family for 2 days. The shadows followed me there. When Mum and my baby brother came home, things got worse. The shadows seemed drawn to him. I would find them gathered around his crib, reaching in with their elongated limbs. I took to sleeping on the floor of the nursery, trying to protect him. Mum thought it was sweet that I wanted to be near him. She didn't know I was standing guard. Dad hit Mum for the first time when my brother was 3 weeks old. She had asked him to help with a diaper change, and he just snapped. I saw it happen. I also saw the shadow that was wrapped around him like a second skin, pulsing and whispering in his ear. We left the next day while Dad was at work. Mom packed what she could fit in the car, and we went to my grandmother's house in another state. We never went back to that house. Years later, I looked up what happened to the subdivision. Every single family that lived there during that time eventually left under troubled circumstances. Divorce, suicide. One house burned down with the family inside. The official report said it was faulty wiring, but I know better. I still see shadows sometimes out of the corner of my eye. Just quick movements in places where nothing should be moving. I've learned to ignore them, to not give them the attention they crave, but sometimes, late at night, I feel the weight on my blanket again, pressing down, insistent, hungry, and I wonder if they followed us after all. Story 7. I never believed in ghosts until I was 15. Now I can't stop seeing them. It started years ago in our suburban home outside Las Vegas. We'd moved there when I was 7, a modest 4-bedroom house in a new development my parents had stretched their budget to afford. Nothing special, just beige stucco like every other house on the block. Back then I was just happy to have my own room after sharing with my little brother in our old apartment. The first few months were normal. Then the nightmares started. I'd wake up screaming, convinced someone was in my room. My parents would rush in, find nothing, and tell me it was just bad dreams. But I knew something was there, watching me. After weeks of this, I begged to change rooms. My parents, exhausted from midnight consolations, finally agreed. The second bedroom was better for a while. Then the closet door started opening by itself at night. I'd close it before bed, only to wake up with it wide open. My mum said it was probably the house settling or the door wasn't latched properly, but I knew better. Something wanted me to know it was there. By the time I was 9, I'd moved to the third bedroom, the smallest one at the end of the hall. Finally, peace. For years, I slept normally there. The nightmares stopped. The weird feelings disappeared. I started to think maybe I'd just been a scared kid with an overactive imagination. Then I turned 15, and my parents bought me a captain's bed for my birthday. You know, one of those beds with drawers underneath for storage. I was so excited to have a grown-up bed. The day we set it up, I remember my dad joking about how I was too old for monsters under the bed, now that there wasn't any space for them to hide. If only he'd been right. The dream started that very night. Not scary at first, just odd. I kept dreaming about people hiding in forests. Not modern people. They wore old-fashioned clothes, and they seemed afraid. The dreams came every night for a week, always the same. People hiding, watching, waiting for something. Then came that night in April. I remember because we'd had a history test that day about Western expansion, and I'd stayed up late studying. I fell asleep quickly, exhausted from school. I woke up around 3 in the morning to a weird sensation on my ankle. It felt like someone had wrapped their hand around it. I figured my foot was just asleep and tried to move it. That's when I felt the tug. Something was pulling me toward the foot of the bed. I jolted fully awake, heart hammering against my ribs. The room was dark except for the faint glow of my alarm clock. The tugging continued, firm, deliberate pulls. This wasn't my imagination. This wasn't sleep paralysis. Something was physically dragging me down the bed. I tried to kick free, but the grip tightened. My blanket slid off as I was pulled inch by inch toward the foot of the bed. I wanted to scream for my parents, but my voice caught in my throat. Pure terror does that, locks up your vocal cords when you need them most. When my legs were dangling off the edge, I finally managed to reach for my bedside lamp. My fingers fumbled with the switch, and when the light flooded the room, I saw him. An elderly Native American man was standing at the foot of my bed, his hand wrapped around my ankle. His skin was deeply lined, weathered like old leather. His long grey hair hung in 2 braids over shoulders, draped in what looked like a faded, handmade blanket, but it was his eyes that paralyzed me. Black as coal and fixed directly on mine with an intensity that felt like physical pressure. He didn't look like a ghost in the Hollywood sense. He wasn't transparent or glowing. He looked solid, real, except for a subtle wrongness I couldn't quite define. Like looking at a photo that's been altered just slightly. We stared at each other for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. His grip on my ankle was ice cold, sending painful shivers up my leg. I could feel the pressure of each individual finger digging into my skin. I remembered something my dad had told me years ago when I was afraid of monsters. He'd said, "Sophia, no one can help you with your fears but you. You have to be brave and face them." At the time I thought it was just typical dad advice about being brave. Now I wonder if he somehow knew more than he let on. Summoning every ounce of courage I had, I spoke directly to the spirit. My voice came out steadier than I expected. "Let go of me," I said. "You need to stop. This is my room, and you're scaring me. Let go right now." To my shock, his grip loosened. He didn't disappear or fade away. He simply released my ankle and took a step back, still watching me. Then he moved to the corner of my room and just stood there, watching, waiting. I stayed frozen, afraid to move. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion, because the next thing I knew, my alarm was going off and sunlight was streaming through my window. The man was gone. I convinced myself it had been a particularly vivid nightmare, the stress of tests, maybe. I didn't tell my parents. What would I even say? Hey, an Indian ghost grabbed my ankle last night. They'd think I was crazy or looking for attention, but he came back the next night, and the night after that, and every night for a week. He never touched me again, just appeared at the foot of my bed sometime during the night and stood there watching me silently. Sometimes I'd wake up to find him already there. Other times I'd wake for no reason and see him materializing like smoke, gathering into human form. By the fifth night, terror had given way to a weird sort of frustrated curiosity. If this was going to be my life now, I at least wanted to understand why. So I asked him, "Why are you here? Why me?" He didn't answer immediately. He tilted his head slightly, as if surprised I had addressed him. When he finally spoke, his voice was like gravel being crushed, rough and ancient, barely above a whisper. "This is my land," he said. "You don't belong here." Those words sent ice through my veins, not because they were particularly scary, but because they confirmed this was real. I wasn't hallucinating. I wasn't dreaming. There was an actual spirit in my room, claiming ownership of the land our house was built on. The next day, I skipped soccer practice and went straight to the public library. I spent hours researching the history of our area, looking for any information about Native American tribes that might have lived there. What I found confused me even more. According to all historical records, no permanent indigenous settlements had existed in our specific area for centuries before development. The nearest documented tribal lands were miles away. If this spirit was connected to the land, it wasn't in any way modern historians had recorded. I didn't know what to do with this information. Part of me wanted to ignore it all, to pretend nothing was happening, but the spirit kept appearing night after night. I was exhausted from lack of sleep, jumping at shadows, my grades starting to slip. Finally, I broke down and told my dad. I expected disbelief, maybe concern about my mental health. Instead, he got very quiet and asked for specific details about what the man looked like and what he'd said. Then he shared something that blew my mind. He'd seen him too. Years ago, when they were first building the house, he'd thought it was a homeless man who'd wandered onto the construction site and had called out to him, but the figure had vanished between one blink and the next. He'd convinced himself it was exhaustion from working long hours. That night, my dad came to my room just before bedtime. He brought a small bundle of what I later learned was sage, and a shell filled with something that smelled earthy and sweet when he lit it. "We're not going to try to remove him," my dad explained as the smoke curled through my room. "This isn't about forcing him out. It's about setting boundaries." My dad spoke aloud to the empty room, his voice respectful but firm. He acknowledged that the land may have once belonged to the spirit's people, but explained that we now lived here too. He proposed what seemed like a bizarre arrangement. The spirit could remain if he respected our boundaries by not touching or frightening us. In return, we wouldn't attempt to cleanse him from the property. I thought my dad had lost his mind, negotiating with a ghost. But that night, something changed. The spirit appeared as usual, but he stayed in the corner, never approaching my bed. He watched me with those same intense eyes, but there was something different in his posture, a reluctant acceptance. Over the next few months, a strange coexistence developed. I'd see him occasionally in my room, but also glimpsing him in other parts of the house, standing in the hallway, looking out the kitchen window at the desert beyond our backyard, or sitting in our living room as if he belonged there. As time passed, something even stranger happened. I started noticing other entities in our house. Nothing as solid or distinct as the Native American man, but fleeting impressions of people from different times. A woman in clothes that looked from the early 1900s, humming in the kitchen, a child's laughter in the empty bathroom, shadows that moved against the flow of light. It was like my encounter with the spirit had opened some door in my perception that I couldn't close again. My mum says I've always been sensitive. She tells stories about me talking to invisible friends as a toddler, But this was different. This was real and persistent and impossible to ignore. I'm 17 now, and I've learned to live with my unusual housemates. The Native American man still appears regularly, though he's never spoken to me again after that one time. Sometimes I catch him looking at me with what almost seems like grudging respect. I've never felt threatened by him since that night he grabbed my ankle. I still don't know who he was in life, or why he's so attached to this particular plot of land. The history books don't have those answers. But I've learned something about coexistence that most people never have to consider. Sometimes you have to make peace with things you don't understand. Things that exist beyond the neat boundaries of what we're taught is possible. As I write this, he's standing in the corner of my room watching me type. He knows I'm writing about him. I think he's curious. Sometimes I wonder if he's lonely, if that's why he made himself known to me. Maybe he just wanted someone to acknowledge he's still here, that he hasn't been completely erased by time and development and history. I don't know if I'll ever understand what he wants or why he chose me. All I know is that my house has never been just mine. And now I can't stop seeing the others who share it with us, the ones most people walk right past without ever knowing they're there. Story 8. I've been carrying this memory around for nearly 20 years now, and I still get goosebumps every time I think about it. What happened at the old RAF Hertfordshire base has haunted me since I was 11, but it's what happened when I was 16 that really keeps me up at night sometimes. Growing up in rural Hertfordshire in the 90s was mostly about making your own fun. Our village was tiny. Just a post office, one pub, and a bunch of cottages scattered along winding country lanes. The abandoned airfield was our playground, even though we weren't supposed to go there. It sat about 2 miles from the village, slowly being reclaimed by nature since the military left after the Second World War. It was the summer of '97, and me, Tommy, Ben, and Luke had our bikes and the whole day ahead of us. We'd cycle around that airfield for hours, racing each other down the old runway or exploring the crumbling buildings. The concrete was all cracked with weeds pushing through, and the hangars were these massive, echoing spaces with pigeons nesting in the rafters. You could still see faded RAF roundels on some walls, and occasionally we'd find old bits of metal or strange fittings we convinced ourselves were from Spitfires or Lancasters. That particular day was hot, properly hot, the kind where the air shimmers above the tarmac. We'd been cycling for about an hour, and we were arguing about what to do next. Ben wanted to check out the old air raid shelters again. They were these concrete bunkers half buried in the ground, dark and damp and smelling of mold. Tommy was more interested in the mechanic's workshop because he thought we might find some old tools. "We went to the shelters last week," Tommy complained, wiping sweat from his forehead. "There's nothing new to see." "Yeah, but we didn't go all the way to the back last time," Ben countered. "I bet there's a secret room or something." I remember balancing on my bike, one foot on the pedal and one on the ground, not really caring either way. It was too hot to argue. Luke hadn't said much all morning. He was the quiet one of our group. But suddenly he pointed toward the old guardhouse near the entrance to the airfield. "Who's that?" he asked. We all turned to look. About 150 meters away, near the crumbling brick guardhouse, stood a woman. She was just standing there, looking in our direction. Even from that distance, I could see she was wearing what looked like a white summer dress. Her dark hair was blowing slightly in the breeze. "Is she waving at us?" Ben asked, squinting against the sun. "Maybe she needs help," I suggested. It was strange to see anyone else out here. The airfield was technically private property, though nobody ever seemed to check. Sometimes teenagers came to drink or couples to park their cars, but rarely in broad daylight. "Let's go see," Tommy said, already pushing off on his bike. We pedaled quickly, covering the distance in less than a minute. The woman had been standing right beside the guardhouse in a small patch of concrete surrounded by overgrown grass. But when we arrived, breathless and sweaty, there was no one there. Where'd she go? Luke asked, looking around confused. That's when the first real chill hit me, despite the heat. The guardhouse was a small brick building with most of its windows broken. The door was hanging off its hinges. We'd explored it dozens of times before. Inside was just one room with nothing but dust and old cigarette butts from local teens. Tommy jumped off his bike and walked into the guardhouse. "Hello," he called. His voice echoed in the empty space. "Maybe she went behind it," Ben suggested, cycling around the back of the building. But there was nowhere to go. The guardhouse sat in an open area with no trees or other buildings nearby. The nearest cover was at least 100 meters away. A person couldn't have run that far in the time it took us to cycle over. "That's weird," I said, feeling suddenly uneasy. "She was just here." "Maybe we imagined it," Luke said quietly. "All four of us?" Tommy scoffed. "At the same time?" We spent another 15 minutes searching the area, calling out, even checking inside the drainage ditches alongside the old road. "Nothing." "I don't like this," Ben finally said. "Let's go to the hangars instead." We were all a bit spooked, so we agreed. For the rest of that day we stayed together, not splitting up, even when exploring the larger buildings. We didn't talk much about the woman, but I could tell we were all thinking about her. How could she have disappeared so completely in such an open space? The memory faded as we grew older. We still visited the airfield, but less frequently as other interests took over. By 16, I was the only one who still regularly cycled out there. I'd developed a fascination with the history of the place, reading old books about RAF Hertfordshire's role during the war. It had been a bomber command base, home to a squadron of Lancasters that flew night missions over Germany. One evening in the autumn of 2002, I was cycling home from a friend's house. It was already dark, around 9 o'clock, and I'd stayed out later than I should have. Rather than take the longer route along the main road, I decided to cut across the old airfield. The moon was nearly full that night, casting everything in a silvery light. The airfield looked different after dark. More mysterious, more alive somehow. The abandoned buildings threw long shadows, and the wind whistled through broken windows, creating eerie, whispering sounds. I stuck to the perimeter track, cycling fast. The track passed near the old air raid shelters, those half-buried concrete bunkers we'd explored as kids. I never liked them much. They were too dark, too confined. As I approached them, I deliberately kept my eyes on the path ahead, not wanting to look at their dark entrances, but something made me glance over, some instinct or feeling I couldn't explain. And that's when I saw her again. The woman in the white dress was standing by the entrance to the largest shelter. In the moonlight, her dress seemed to glow slightly. She was completely still, just watching me as I cycled past. My heart nearly stopped. I skidded to a halt about 30 meters beyond the shelter, my hands shaking on the handlebars. I turned around slowly, half expecting her to be gone like before. But she was still there, motionless in the moonlight. Her face was pale, her dark hair hanging loose around her shoulders. Even from this distance, I could see she was young, maybe in her 20s, and she was looking directly at me. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking slightly. "Are you okay?" She didn't respond, didn't move. A rational part of my brain was telling me this was just some woman who'd wandered onto the airfield, maybe someone from the village taking a walk. But something felt wrong. The way she stood so perfectly still, the way her dress seemed to capture the moonlight differently than it should. I got off my bike, letting it fall to the ground, and took a few steps toward her. "Do you need help?" I called again. That's when she moved, not toward me, but toward the entrance of the shelter. She glanced back once, her eyes meeting mine across the distance, then stepped into the darkness of the bunker. I should have left. Every instinct screamed at me to get on my bike and cycle away as fast as I could, but curiosity or stupidity or some combination of the two made me walk toward that shelter instead. I had a small flashlight on my keychain, which I pulled out, its weak beam barely cutting through the darkness. As I approached the entrance, I called out again, "Hello, I'm coming in, okay?" The shelter entrance was a concrete archway leading to steps that descended about 6 feet down. At the bottom was a corridor with rooms branching off on either side. I'd been here many times in daylight, but never alone, never at night. The air inside was cold and damp, smelling of mold and something else I couldn't identify. My flashlight beam bounced off the concrete walls, creating more shadows than light. I moved slowly, calling out occasionally, hearing only my own echo in response. The main corridor extended about 30 meters, with 5 small rooms on each side. These had once been sleeping quarters or storage areas. Now they were empty, except for debris and the occasional evidence of teenagers drinking. I checked each room, finding nothing. No woman in a white dress. No one at all. By the time I reached the end of the corridor, my heart was pounding so hard I could hear it. The last room was slightly larger than the others. My flashlight beam swept across the empty space, revealing only concrete walls and floor. Then I noticed something on the far wall. Moving closer, I saw it was writing, faded but still visible, scratched into the concrete. A name and 2 dates, Elizabeth Carpenter, 1920 to 1943. Below that, another name, William Carpenter, 1942 to 1943. I stood there, staring at those names, feeling the cold seeping into my bones. Then, behind me, I heard a sound, a soft exhalation, like a sigh. I spun around, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. For just a moment, just a fraction of a second, I thought I saw her standing in the doorway, the woman in the white dress, her face sad, her eyes fixed on the names scratched into the wall. Then my flashlight flickered, and when the beam steadied, the doorway was empty. I ran. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life, up the steps and out into the moonlight, not stopping until I reached my bike. I pedaled home at breakneck speed, not looking back once. The next day, I went to the local library. I needed to know who Elizabeth and William Carpenter were. It took some digging through old newspapers and local history books, but eventually I found them. Elizabeth Carpenter was the wife of a Lancaster bomber pilot stationed at RAF Hertfordshire. In January 1943, her husband's plane was shot down over Berlin. He was listed as missing, presumed dead. 3 months later, Elizabeth gave birth to their son, William. In December of that same year, during an air raid, Elizabeth took her infant son to the shelter at the airfield. What happened next was pieced together from witness accounts. Apparently, while in the shelter, Elizabeth received confirmation that her husband's body had been identified. Overcome with grief, she smothered her baby before taking her own life. They were found in that last room, the largest one, where I'd seen the names scratched on the wall. I kept this discovery to myself for years. It wasn't until a reunion with my old friends 5 years later that I finally told them. We were in the pub, reminiscing about our childhood adventures, when Tommy brought up the woman we'd seen by the guardhouse. "Remember that lady who disappeared?" He laughed. "We never did figure out where she went. That's when I told them everything. My second encounter, the research I'd done, the names on the wall. Their faces grew serious as I spoke. The weird thing is," I finished, "the guardhouse where we first saw her is almost exactly 150 meters from the air raid shelter where she died. It's like she was trying to lead us there." We sat in silence for a while after that. Finally, Ben spoke up. "Have you been back since?" I shook my head. "No, never alone anyway." "We should go," Luke suggested quietly. "All of us together." We talked about it, made plans to meet up and visit the airfield again. But something always came up. Work commitments, family obligations. Maybe deep down, none of us really wanted to go back. I still live in Hertfordshire. The old airfield is being developed now. They're building houses on part of it, though the air raid shelters and some of the original buildings are being preserved as historical structures. Sometimes, on clear nights with a full moon, I look out my window toward where the airfield lies. And sometimes, just sometimes, I think I see a figure in white walking slowly along the old perimeter track, forever searching for something she lost long ago. Story 9. I never thought I'd share this. Even now, typing this makes my hands shake. It's been 7 years, but I still wake up some nights checking the corners of my room. I moved back to Seoul in the summer of 2013 after spending nearly a decade in the United States. My parents had found me a temporary place while I looked for more permanent housing. A fourth-floor apartment in a small building on the outskirts of the city. The rent was cheap, probably because the building was old and the location wasn't ideal. The apartment faced a small mountain that locals called Ghost Mountain, a nickname I initially found charming in a kitschy way. My first few weeks back were spent reconnecting with family. My younger brother June had grown so much I barely recognized him. My parents seemed happy, though busy with their respective jobs. Mom was working at a hospital as a nurse, and Dad was running his small engineering firm. It felt good to be home. The apartment itself was modest. 1 bedroom, a small kitchen, and a living area with a sliding door that opened to a narrow balcony. Nothing special, but it had everything I needed. The mountain view was actually quite beautiful during the day. Locals use the hiking trails regularly, and I could see people in colorful outdoor gear making their way up and down the paths from my window. But at night, that mountain became something else entirely. The streetlights didn't reach that far, and it would transform into this massive black void against the sky. No stars, no lights, just darkness. I remember telling my mom I found it unsettling, and she laughed it off, saying I'd been away from Korea too long and forgotten how to appreciate nature. It was during my 3rd week there when it happened. I'd gone to bed around 11 after video chatting with friends back in the States. The summer heat was oppressive, so I had left the balcony door cracked open a few inches for air. I woke up suddenly around 3 in the morning. You know that feeling when you just sense someone's watching you? That's what jolted me awake. I opened my eyes and immediately saw her, a middle-aged woman, standing on my balcony, perfectly still, staring into my room. She was wearing a bright red hiking outfit, the kind that's really common in Korea, with those moisture-wicking pants and a light jacket. Her hair was pulled back in a tight ponytail. Even in the dim light, I could see she was wearing hiking boots. I completely froze. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even blink. How the hell had she gotten onto my 4th-floor balcony? The only way up would be to climb, and that seemed impossible. She slowly slid the balcony door open wider and stepped into my apartment. I was paralyzed with fear, lying there pretending to be asleep while watching through barely open eyes. She didn't look at me directly. Instead, she walked around my room, examining my belongings. She picked up a photo frame of my family, stared at it for what felt like forever, then put it down. Then she walked to my closet, opened it, and just looked at my clothes. The whole time, she never made a sound. After about 10 minutes of this, she walked back to the balcony door, turned to look in my direction, though not directly at me, and left the same way she came in. I lay there for hours, unable to move, until sunrise. I told myself it must have been a dream. It had to be, right? People don't climb to 4th-floor balconies in hiking gear in the middle of the night. I didn't tell anyone about it. What would I say? Hey, a middle-aged woman in hiking clothes broke into my apartment and looked at my stuff. I'd sound insane. For a week, everything was normal. I almost convinced myself it really had been a nightmare. Then it happened again. This time I woke up to the sound of my window sliding open. I always kept it locked, but somehow it was opening. And there she was again. The same woman, same red hiking outfit, but this time she didn't just walk around. She came straight to my bed and stood over me. I shut my eyes tight, my heart pounding so hard I was certain she could hear it. I could feel her presence, smell a faint earthy scent like soil after rain. She stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then she leaned closer. I could feel her breath on my face before straightening up and leaving through the window. The moment I heard the window close, I shot up and ran to check it. Locked, completely locked from the inside. I checked the entire apartment. No sign of forced entry, nothing missing. It was as if she'd never been there. The next morning I casually asked my parents if there had been any break-ins reported in the neighborhood. They said no, but something seemed off. My dad was quieter than usual, and my mom kept changing the subject. When I visited them for dinner that night, I noticed they weren't really talking to each other. My brother barely said a word during the entire meal, just stared at his food. These visits continued, always with the same pattern. About once a week, sometimes twice, I'd wake up to find her in my room. Sometimes she'd stand at the foot of my bed, sometimes she'd look through my things, but she never took anything. Always the same red hiking outfit, always silent. I started sleeping with the lights on. I bought extra locks for the windows and doors. Nothing helped. She still got in. I was barely sleeping, jumping at every sound. I lost weight. My friends commented that I looked terrible, asked if I was sick. How could I explain? About a month into these visits, I noticed things getting worse at home too. My parents were arguing more, not big fights, but tense, whispered arguments that would stop when I entered the room. My brother, who used to be this cheerful kid, always playing video games and talking about soccer, had become withdrawn and sullen. One day, I was walking home with my mom after we'd gone shopping. As we approached the apartment building, she suddenly stopped and grabbed my arm. "Do you feel it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Feel what?" I asked. She stared up at the building, her expression troubled. "This place. It feels like it's sucking the life out of me every time I visit you. I don't know how you can live here." I felt a chill run down my spine despite the summer heat. "What do you mean?" She shook her head, forced a smile. "Nothing. I'm being silly. Let's go up." That night I decided I couldn't take it anymore. When I woke up and saw her standing by my bed again, I gathered every ounce of courage I had and spoke. "Why are you here?" My voice came out as a croak, but I said it. Her reaction wasn't what I expected. Her expression changed from blank to shocked, and then, to my horror, she began to cry. Not loud sobs, but silent tears streaming down her face. She backed away from me, still crying, and left through the balcony door the way she had that first night. That was the last time I saw her. 2 weeks later, my family decided to relocate. My dad's company offered him a position in Singapore, and they accepted without hesitation. I had been accepted for a PhD program in Australia, so I moved there. We all left Korea within a month of each other. I never told them about the woman. Somehow, I think they knew something wasn't right, even if they didn't know exactly what was happening. We never talk about that summer. I've researched local histories, looked into deaths on that mountain, searched for any reports of a woman in a red hiking outfit. Nothing conclusive ever turned up. The building still stands. Sometimes I wonder about the people living in my old apartment, if they wake up to find her standing over their bed. What keeps me up at night isn't just the memory of her visits, it's the questions. How did she get into a locked fourth-floor apartment? Why did she choose me? What was she looking for? And most troubling of all, why did she cry when I finally spoke to her? I don't have answers. Maybe I never will. But sometimes when I'm half asleep, I think I catch a whiff of that earthy scent, and my eyes snap open, searching the corners of my room for a figure in red. Story 10. I still get chills thinking about what happened last month. I've been debating whether to post this for weeks now, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not losing my mind completely. For context, I have some mental health issues. I've dealt with what I suspect is undiagnosed schizophrenia for years. I get visual hallucinations sometimes, usually just still images that flash briefly in my peripheral vision. Nothing too scary, and I've learned to manage them. They're like frozen pictures that appear and disappear instantly. I've gotten pretty good at recognizing when my brain is playing tricks on me, but what happened last month was entirely different. It was a Tuesday afternoon, around 4 o'clock. I remember because my mom had just called to remind me about dinner at her place that weekend. I was in the backyard, cleaning out an old storage container that had collected rainwater. It was one of those plastic bins you get at Walmart. Nothing special. The air was still and unusually quiet. No birds, no neighborhood noises, just me scrubbing at some stubborn grime. That's when I felt it first, this weird heaviness in the air, like the atmosphere itself had suddenly gained weight. I thought maybe a storm was coming, so I looked up at the sky, clear blue, not a cloud in sight, but when I lowered my gaze back down, I saw it. There was someone, no something, standing about 7 or 8 feet away from me. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, and completely covered in what looked like a dark cloak or robe. Not like Halloween costume material, but something that seemed to absorb the light around it. It wasn't just black. It was an absence of color altogether. The thing that immediately set this apart from my usual hallucinations was that it was moving. It was walking, actually walking, across my yard with this fluid, natural motion. Then it stopped, just stopped moving, the second I looked directly at it. No face was visible inside the hood, just darkness. I froze. My hand was still in the container, water dripping between my fingers. I remember thinking, this isn't real. This isn't one of my normal episodes, because my hallucinations don't move like that. They don't walk naturally and then stop. They're just still frames, like photographs inserted into my vision. I blinked hard, expecting it to vanish, but it didn't disappear right away. It stood there for maybe 3 seconds, 3 of the longest seconds of my life. And then it just blinked out of existence. Not like it faded away or walked off. It was like watching a video where someone is in the frame and then suddenly isn't. They're one moment, gone the next. I dropped the sponge I was holding and backed up against the house. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I kept scanning the yard, thinking it might reappear, but there was nothing. After a few minutes of standing there like an idiot, I convinced myself it was just a new type of hallucination. Maybe my condition was evolving or something. I gathered my cleaning supplies and went inside, locking the door behind me. I tried to shake it off. I went to the kitchen and started washing my hands, scrubbing harder than necessary. The soap was this cheap dollar store stuff that never lathered properly. I remember focusing on that, on how the soap felt, trying to ground myself. That's when I felt it again, that same heaviness in the air, like the oxygen had suddenly become denser. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I had this overwhelming feeling that I needed to look to my right. I didn't want to. Every instinct was screaming at me not to turn my head, but it was like my neck had a mind of its own. When I looked, it was there again, the same dark figure. But this time, it was inside my house, standing in my kitchen only about 4 feet away from me. Close enough that if it had arms under that cloak, it could have reached out and touched me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. Water was still running over my hands, but I couldn't feel it anymore. All I could focus on was this entity. Like before, it had been walking when I first glimpsed it, and then it stopped the moment I turned to look directly at it. The weirdest part, it didn't feel threatening. It didn't give off any sense of malice or intent to harm. It was just present, watching, waiting maybe, I don't know. This time it stayed longer, maybe 10 seconds. 10 seconds of me staring at where a face should be, but seeing nothing but shadow. Then, just like before, it blinked out of existence. One moment there, the next moment gone. I shut off the water and slid down against the cabinet until I was sitting on the kitchen floor. I was shaking so badly I couldn't even pull my phone out of my pocket to call someone. Who would I even call? What would I say? Hey, there's a shadow person teleporting around my house, but don't worry, it doesn't seem angry. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, I managed to get up and check every room in the house. I looked in closets, under beds, behind shower curtains, all the classic horror movie hiding spots. Nothing. No sign that anything had been there at all. That night, I told my brother about it when he called for our weekly chat. He's always been understanding about my mental health stuff, but even he seemed concerned this time. Maybe it's stress, he suggested. You've been working a lot lately, or maybe your medication needs adjusting. But I'm not on any medication. I've never found anything that helps without making everything else worse. My sister had a different take when I texted her. Just ignore it, she wrote. Don't feed the energy. If it's not threatening you, don't acknowledge it. Easy for her to say. She wasn't the one seeing cloaked figures materializing in her kitchen. That night, I double-checked all the locks. I even pushed my dresser in front of my bedroom door, which in retrospect was pretty stupid. If this thing could blink in and out of existence, what good would a dresser do? As I lay in bed, a terrifying thought occurred to me. What if it appeared in my bedroom while I was sleeping? I'd be trapped. The dresser that was supposed to keep it out would now be keeping me in with it. I barely slept that night. Every shadow, every creak of the house settling made my heart race. I kept the lights on and played videos on my phone just to have some background noise, anything to feel less alone in that house. But nothing happened. No more appearances of the cloaked figure that night, or the next day, or the day after that. A week passed. Then, too, I started to relax a bit, convincing myself it had been an isolated incident. Maybe it was stress, like my brother suggested, or maybe it was a new manifestation of my condition that wouldn't happen again, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. Those weren't like my normal hallucinations. They felt real, present, like the figure had actual weight and substance. I started researching, spending hours online looking up shadow people, entities, interdimensional beings, everything I could think of. Most of what I found was obvious bullshit, but some accounts resonated with me. People describing similar experiences, similar figures. One theory stuck with me. What if this entity wasn't interested in me at all? What if it was just passing through, like a commuter walking through a train station, focused on their destination rather than the people they pass by? Maybe our house, our dimension or whatever, was just in its path. Maybe it was trying to get somewhere else and had to walk through our reality to get there. And when it noticed me noticing it, it stopped, surprised before continuing on its journey elsewhere. That idea brought me some comfort. Not being the focus of this thing's attention made it less scary somehow. It's been a month now since those two encounters, and I haven't seen the figure again. Sometimes I think I feel that heaviness in the air, that density that preceded its appearances, but nothing materializes. Maybe I'm just paranoid now, hyper-aware of changes in my environment. I still don't know if what I saw was real or just an unusually vivid hallucination. The line between mental health episodes and something genuinely supernatural feels blurrier than ever. If it was my condition, why was it so different from my normal hallucinations? Why did it move naturally instead of appearing as a still image? Why did it stay longer than usual before disappearing? And if it wasn't my condition, if it was something real, then what the hell was it? Where did it come from and where was it going? Was it curious about me or just surprised to be seen? I've started leaving a small light on in each room of the house, not because I'm afraid of the dark. I've never been afraid of the dark, but because I want to see it coming if it ever returns. I want to be prepared. I want to try speaking to it, asking what it wants, where it's from. But at the same time, I'm terrified it will come back. What if next time it doesn't just watch? What if next time it reaches out from under that cloak? What if it has no arms at all, just more darkness? The logical part of me says it was just my brain misfiring, creating a new type of visual disturbance. But another part, the part that felt the air change, that saw the fluid motion of that figure, that part isn't so sure. I haven't told anyone else about this. My family already worries about my mental state, and my friends wouldn't understand, but I needed to put it somewhere, to record what happened in case it happens again, or in case someone else has seen it too. Sometimes I catch myself staring at empty corners of rooms, waiting, not sure if I'm hoping to see it again or praying that I don't. Story 11. I still can't explain what happened that night at Shepton Mallet Prison. It's been 3 months since our visit, and I find myself going over the events again and again, trying to make sense of it all. My husband, James, thinks we should just forget about it, but I can't. I need to get this off my chest. For context, James and I got married 6 months ago, and we're both into paranormal stuff. Not in a hardcore way, we don't have EMF readers or anything like that. But we enjoy visiting supposedly haunted places. So when I found out about the overnight stay at Shepton Mallet Prison near Bath, I booked it right away as a surprise for James's birthday. The prison was decommissioned in 2013 and is now a tourist attraction. It's this massive stone building that looks exactly how you'd imagine a centuries-old prison to look. Intimidating, cold, and just forbidding. When we arrived that afternoon, I remember feeling a weird heaviness in the air. Maybe that was just my imagination working overtime, but even James commented on how heavy the atmosphere felt. Our group consisted of about 20 people. Most were couples like us, but there were a few groups of friends too. Our guide, Mark, was this middle-aged guy with graying hair who'd been working at the prison since it opened for tours. He clearly loved his job and knew everything about the place. He told us the prison had been operational for over 400 years and had housed everything from petty criminals to murderers. During World War II, American soldiers were executed there for serious crimes. The Cray twins, infamous London gangsters, had also spent time at Shepton Mallet. The guided tour started around 7 in the evening. Mark took us through the different wings, explaining the history and pointing out spots where paranormal activity had been reported. The cells were tiny, with just enough space for a bed and a toilet. The corridors were narrow and dimly lit, with peeling paint and rust stains on the walls. It was exactly what you'd expect from an old prison, but somehow worse. Throughout the tour, Mark shared stories about the ghosts that supposedly haunt the prison. There's apparently a white lady who appears in C Wing, the ghost of a former inmate who still walks the corridors at night, and numerous reports of disembodied voices, footsteps and doors slamming shut on their own. I remember thinking it was all very interesting, but probably exaggerated for the tourists. God, I wish I'd been right. The guided portion of the tour ended around 11:30. Mark told us we were free to explore on our own until about 2 in the morning, at which point we'd be shown to our cells for the night. Yes, we actually got to sleep in the prison cells. James was super excited about this part. After the tour, most people headed to A Wing, which is supposedly the most haunted part of the prison. James and I decided to avoid the crowd and explore some of the less popular areas. We found ourselves standing in the courtyard, trying to decide where to go next. It was a clear night, but freezing cold, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones. The prison walls loomed around us, blocking out most of the stars. I spotted a small building off to the side that no one else seemed interested in. "What about that?" I asked James, pointing to what looked like a gate tower. The gate tower, he read from our map. That's where the guards would control vehicle access and keep watch. "No one else is going there," I said. "Let's check it out." So we walked across the courtyard toward the gate tower. It was separate from the main prison building, and as we approached, I remember feeling this weird reluctance to go inside, like my body was telling me to turn around. I ignored it, of course. The door to the gate tower was unlocked. As Mark had said, all areas open to visitors would be. James pushed it open, and we stepped into a small, dimly lit room with a narrow staircase leading up. The air inside was noticeably colder than outside, and it had this musty smell, like old papers and dust, and that's when we heard it. It was so clear that at first I thought someone was in the room with us, a male voice, speaking in a low, conversational tone. I couldn't make out the words, but the cadence was unmistakable. Then a woman's giggle, high-pitched and somehow wrong, like it was cut short, and then several loud banging sounds from upstairs, like someone was moving furniture around. James and I looked at each other. "Other visitors," he whispered, but I could tell from his face that he didn't believe that. "Let's check," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. We climbed the narrow staircase slowly. Each step creaked under our weight, and the voices continued. The male voice seemed to be telling a story, pausing occasionally, while the woman would giggle in response. The banging had stopped. When we reached the top of the stairs, the voices abruptly cut off. We found ourselves in a circular room with windows looking out over the prison grounds. The room was completely empty. No furniture, no decorations, nothing anyone could hide behind, and no other exits except for the staircase we'd just climbed. James checked his phone. "No service," he muttered. "Could it have been coming from somewhere else?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. The voices had been too clear, too present to have come from outside or another part of the prison. We stood there for a few minutes, straining to hear anything, but there was nothing, just the sound of our breathing and the occasional creak of the old building settling. "Let's find Mark," James finally said, and I nodded gratefully. We practically ran down the stairs and across the courtyard to find our guide. Mark was in the main building, talking to another couple. When he saw our faces, he excused himself and came over. "Everything all right?" he asked, looking concerned. James explained what we'd heard in the gate tower, trying to keep his voice steady. "Is it possible we heard sounds from another part of the prison? Maybe there's some kind of, I don't know, acoustic phenomenon that carries voices?" Mark's face changed as James spoke. His concerned expression morphed into something more serious, almost grim. "The gate tower is completely isolated from the rest of the prison," he said slowly. "Sound doesn't carry there from anywhere else, and you're not the first to report this." "What do you mean?" I asked, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the cold night air. "We've had over 1,000 similar reports in that exact spot," Mark said. "People hearing a man and woman talking, laughing and then banging sounds. Always in that order, always in that room." I felt my skin crawl. "Who are they supposed to be?" Mark shook his head. "We don't know for certain. The most common theory is that it's a guard and a female visitor who had some kind of relationship. The prison has had many guards over the centuries, and records of their personal lives are sparse." James and I exchanged glances. I could tell he was as freaked out as I was, but trying not to show it. "Do you want to continue exploring, or would you prefer to join another group?" Mark asked kindly. "We'll join another group," I said quickly. Before James could answer, he didn't object. For the next couple of hours, we stuck close to other visitors, exploring the main prison building. Nothing else unusual happened, and I started to rationalize what we'd heard. Maybe it was some kind of recording that plays automatically when someone enters the gate tower. Maybe other visitors had been there but left quickly through some exit we hadn't noticed. I came up with all sorts of explanations, each less convincing than the last. Around 2 in the morning, Mark gathered everyone to assign our cells for the night. James and I were given a cell in D-Wing, which Mark assured us was relatively quiet in terms of paranormal activity. Small comfort. Our cell was tiny, with 2 narrow cots, a small table, and a toilet behind a privacy screen. The door didn't lock, safety regulations, but it closed firmly. The walls were painted a dull green. with various scratches and markings from previous inmates. It was surreal to think about all the people who had been confined in that small space over the centuries. Despite everything that had happened, I was exhausted and fell asleep pretty quickly. James took longer, tossing and turning on his cot. I don't know how long I slept before I woke up suddenly, completely alert. The cell was pitch black, and for a moment I couldn't remember where I was. Then it all came flooding back. The prison, the gate tower, the voices. I reached for my phone to check the time and saw it was just after 4 in the morning. That's when I noticed the smell. It hit me all at once. This incredibly foul odor, like rotting meat mixed with sewage. It was so strong that I gagged, sitting up and covering my nose with my sleeve. The smell wasn't gradual. It just appeared as if someone had suddenly uncovered something putrid right next to me. "James," I whispered urgently. "James, wake up." He stirred and then sat up abruptly. "What the hell is that smell?" he hissed. "I don't know. It just started." We both turned on our phone flashlights and checked the cell. There was nothing visible that could be causing the smell. The toilet looked clean. There were no vents or windows where the smell could be coming from. It was just there. And then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the smell vanished. One moment, the air was thick with that horrible stench, and the next, it was gone. Not fading gradually, but completely gone in an instant. We sat in silence for a few minutes, both of us trying to process what had just happened. "Maybe it was from outside," James suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. "Maybe," I agreed, not believing it either. Neither of us slept much after that. We lay awake, listening to the occasional distant sound of other visitors moving around or talking quietly. When the first light of dawn started to filter through the tiny window high up in our cell, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. At breakfast the next morning, we discovered we weren't the only ones who'd had strange experiences. A woman in our group, probably in her 50s, told us she'd spent some time in the execution wing and felt someone touch her shoulder when no one was there. Others shared similar stories: unexplained cold spots, the feeling of being watched, strange sounds with no source. Before we left, I asked Mark about the smell we'd experienced in our cell. "Ah," he nodded, unsurprised. "That's actually a relatively common phenomenon in haunted locations. Some paranormal researchers believe that certain entities can manifest smells as a way of making their presence known. The sudden appearance and disappearance of odors, particularly unpleasant ones, has been reported in many haunted places." I didn't know what to say to that. Part of me wanted to dismiss it all, the voices, the smell, as some elaborate hoax designed to give tourists their money's worth. But another part of me knew that wasn't the case. What we experienced felt too real, too personal somehow. We drove home mostly in silence. James tried to lighten the mood a few times, making jokes about our ghost friends, but I could tell he was as disturbed as I was. When we got home, we agreed not to talk about it anymore, but I can't stop thinking about it. I've done some research since then on Shepton Mallet Prison. It turns out it really is considered one of the most haunted places in England. The experiences people report are remarkably consistent. The voices in the gate tower, the sudden smells, the feeling of being touched by unseen hands. I don't know what to believe anymore. I've never been particularly religious or spiritual, but what happened that night defies rational explanation. Sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I find myself thinking about those voices in the gate tower. Who were they? What were they saying? And why can we still hear them centuries later? I don't have answers. All I know is that something happened at Shepton Mallet Prison that I can't explain, and it's changed how I see the world. There are things beyond our understanding, echoes from the past, that somehow break through into our present. And sometimes, if you listen carefully in old forgotten places, you might hear them too. Just be prepared for what you might find. Story 12. I never really believed in the whole ghost thing. Not until we moved to Pinewood Grove back in 1997. I'd just gotten a promotion at work, and Melissa and I had been together for about 3 years by then. Joseph was 4, just this little ball of energy that never seemed to stop moving. We found this beige and brown house. Kinda ugly if I'm being honest, but it was spacious and in our price range. 2 stories, big backyard, quiet neighborhood, everything we wanted. The first month was pretty normal. Unpacking boxes, figuring out where everything should go, the usual moving stress. Joseph adjusted pretty well, which was a relief. He'd been through a lot with his mom and I splitting when he was barely 2, then Melissa coming into our lives. He was a resilient kid. It started about 6 weeks after we moved in. I came home from work and found Joseph in the living room sitting cross-legged on the floor with his toys spread out in front of him. He had this collection of little airplanes and G.I. Joe figures that he was obsessed with. But he wasn't just playing. He was talking, having a full-on conversation. I stood in the doorway watching him for a minute. He was passing toys back and forth between his hands, saying stuff like, "This one's faster, see? You can have this one." Then he'd set a toy down carefully on the empty carpet beside him and wait, like someone was examining it. "Hey, buddy, who you talking to?" I asked. Joseph looked up totally casual. "The man." I felt this immediate chill. You know that parent instinct where something just feels wrong. "What man, Joey?" "The man who lives here." He shrugged, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "He likes my airplanes." I looked around the empty room trying to play it cool. "Is he here right now?" Joseph nodded, pointing to the space beside him. "He's sitting right here. He doesn't talk much, but he likes when I share." I told Melissa about it that night. She thought it was cute, just an imaginary friend phase. I wanted to believe that too, but something about it felt off. About a week later, the weird stuff started happening to us too. The first time, I woke up around 3 in the morning. Our bedroom was lit up, and I could hear the low hum of the TV from downstairs. I nudged Melissa awake. "Did you leave the light on?" I whispered. She shook her head, still half asleep. "No," and I definitely turned the TV off before coming up. I remember my heart pounding as I went downstairs. The living room was empty, but the TV was on, just static, that black and white snow filling the screen. As I moved to turn it off, something flickered across the screen. The briefest image of what looked like an airplane, then back to static. I convinced myself I was seeing things because I was tired. This happened almost every night for 2 weeks straight. We'd double-check everything before bed, lights off, TV off, but we'd wake up to find them on. Sometimes the TV would be tuned to a normal channel, but more often it was just static with that weird airplane image that would flash for a split second. Then came the footsteps. We'd be lying in bed trying to fall asleep and we'd hear it, the distinct sound of someone walking in the hallway outside our bedroom. Heavy steps, like a man wearing boots. I'd jump up, throw open the door and find nothing. Empty hallway, Joseph sound asleep in his room. The coffee maker thing really freaked Melissa out. We had this Mr. Coffee with a little red light that stayed on when it was plugged in. One night, she was up late working on some paperwork at the kitchen table. She said she kept seeing the light dim, then brighten again, like someone was walking back and forth in front of it. But she was alone in the kitchen. Joseph's friendship with the invisible man continued. He'd save a spot next to him at dinner sometimes. He'd line up his toys in specific ways, telling us that's how the man likes them. The creepiest part was how matter-of-fact he was about the whole thing. It wasn't scary to him at all. I tried to rationalize everything. Old houses make noise. Electrical issues could explain the TV and lights. Kids have imaginary friends. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. One night in December, we'd been in the house about 4 months by then, I woke up to the sound of Joseph giggling. It was around 2 in the morning. I found him sitting up in bed laughing and talking. "Who are you talking to, buddy?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "The man," Joseph said, smiling. "He's showing me how airplanes fly." I sat on the edge of his bed. "Does the man have a name?" Joseph shook his head. "He doesn't tell me, but he wears a special jacket with lots of buttons." That detail hit me hard. My dad had been a pilot for Continental for over 30 years. He died in '92, before Joseph was born. Heart attack at 58. He was always wearing his uniform around the house, even when he wasn't flying. He was so proud of it. Joseph had never seen photos of my dad in his uniform. We hadn't unpacked those albums yet. The next morning I called a local church. I'm not particularly religious, but I was desperate. They sent over Father Mike, this older guy with kind eyes and a calming presence. He blessed the house, sprinkled holy water in the corners, said some prayers. To be honest, I felt kind of stupid about the whole thing, but Melissa insisted. Surprisingly, it seemed to work. For about 2 weeks, everything was quiet. No TV turning on, no footsteps, no lights. Joseph still occasionally mentioned the man, but less frequently. Then, around mid-January, I woke up to find Joseph sitting at the foot of our bed, staring at us. "Joey, what's wrong?" I asked, sitting up quickly. "The man is sad," he said. "He says the water made him go away, but he doesn't want to go away. He wants to stay with us." That night, everything started again. TV on, lights on, footsteps. But now there was something new. The smell of my dad's cologne would sometimes fill a room for a few minutes, then disappear. That distinctive Old Spice scent I hadn't smelled since his funeral. We lived with it for another 6 months. Sometimes weeks would go by with nothing happening, then suddenly there'd be 3 or 4 days of intense activity. We considered moving, but housing prices had jumped, and we couldn't afford it. Then one night in July, I had a dream about my dad. We were sitting in the cockpit of a plane, and he was showing me all the controls, explaining what each one did. It felt so real. He turned to me and said, "Take care of them, Kurt. I'm watching over you all." I woke up crying, something I hadn't done since his funeral. That morning, as I was getting ready for work, I caught a glimpse of something in the bathroom mirror, a dark figure standing behind me. Just for a second, I spun around, nothing there. But when I looked back at the mirror, I saw it again, the silhouette of a man, tall and straight-backed like my father. It lasted maybe 3 seconds before fading away. I didn't tell Melissa. I didn't want to freak her out more than she already was. But that night she brought up moving again. We both agreed it was time to look seriously. By October, we'd found another place across town and made an offer. The day we moved out, Joseph seemed sad. He kept going back to his empty room, standing in the center, looking around. When I asked what he was doing, he said, "Saying goodbye to the man. He says he'll try to find us." Our new house was newer, built in the '80s. The first few months were peaceful. No strange occurrences, no mysterious man. Joseph gradually stopped mentioning him. Fast forward 3 years. We'd had another child, our daughter Lizzie. She was about 18 months old when I caught her staring into an empty corner of the living room, giggling and waving. My blood ran cold. "Who are you waving at, sweetie?" I asked. "Man," she said, her first real word besides mama and dada. It started again, not as intense as before, but similar. The most striking incident happened when Lizzie was 2. I'd finally unpacked some old family photos, including several of my dad in his pilot uniform. Lizzie picked one up, looked at it closely, then looked up at the empty space beside her and said, "Hi, Grandpa." She'd never seen photos of him before. We'd never told her about him. She couldn't have known. Over the years, there were other things. Random toys moved from one room to another, the scent of Old Spice appearing suddenly. Once, I distinctly heard someone whisper, "Watch out," right before Joseph nearly fell down the stairs. He caught himself at the last second. The most unexplainable thing happened about 5 years ago. I was cleaning out our basement, organizing some storage boxes, when I found my dad's pilot uniform, hanging neatly in a small closet we rarely used. The uniform I'd packed away in a box after his funeral. The box that should have been in my mother's attic on the other side of the country. I have no explanation for how it got there. I understand now that whoever was in our old house followed us, but I don't think he meant to scare us. I think my dad is watching over us, in his own way. Sometimes I'll be alone in the house and I'll say out loud, "We're okay, Dad, you can rest now." The air gets still when I say that, like someone's listening. Joseph is 29 now, with kids of his own. Lizzie's in college. They both remember the man from their childhood. Neither of them was ever frightened by him. I still wake up sometimes to find a light on that I know I turned off. Just last week, I was home alone and heard those familiar footsteps upstairs. I've stopped being afraid. I just say, "Hey, Dad," and continue whatever I'm doing. I don't expect anyone to believe this. I wouldn't if someone had told me this story before it happened to me. But I know what we experienced. I know who was there with us, and in some strange way, I find comfort in knowing he's still around, still watching over us. Some presences aren't meant to scare us. Some are just trying to stay close to the people they love. Story 13. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened to me when I was 9. I've mentioned bits and pieces to friends over beers, laughing it off like it was just a weird childhood imagination thing. But it wasn't. What I saw that day in Santa Rosa still gives me goosebumps 20 years later. We lived in this crappy little row of houses off Sebastopol Road, basically wedged between a cement factory and some industrial buildings. My dad worked at the gunstock manufacturing plant nearby, and we lived in one of those places where you could hear the machinery humming all day. It wasn't exactly kid-friendly, just a bunch of warehouses, parking lots with semi-trucks, and dusty roads that led nowhere interesting. There weren't many kids my age around. The closest neighbors had teenagers who wanted nothing to do with a 9-year-old, and the rest were mostly older folks or people who worked weird shifts. Mom was usually asleep during the day because she worked nights at the hospital, so I had to entertain myself a lot. That summer, I discovered the Sonoma County Airport was just a short bike ride away. Not the passenger terminal, that was farther off, but this little maintenance area where they had this magical vending machine. I know it sounds stupid now, but when you're 9 and can bike somewhere on your own to get Snickers bars and those little packages of cookies, it feels like freedom. The route was simple, down our street, past the cement factory, through the intersection by the lumber yard, and then straight shot to the airport access road. I'd made the trip maybe a dozen times that summer. Mum would leave me a couple dollars, and I'd wait until around 3 in the afternoon when the lunch crowds cleared out. It was a Tuesday in August. I remember because Dad had just gotten paid the day before, so I had a fresh $5 bill burning a hole in my pocket. The weather was that perfect Northern California summer, not too hot, clear blue sky, just a light breeze. I remember feeling like the king of the world as I pedaled down our street on my blue Huffy bike, the one with the little water bottle holder my dad had installed. I'd just passed the cement factory, and the noise from it was doing its usual thing. This constant industrial hum that you kind of tune out after a while. There were a few trucks parked along the road, and I remember thinking about what candy I was going to get. Probably Reese's Cups. Maybe a root beer too. I was approaching the 4-way stop where you turn left toward the airport. No cars coming, which wasn't unusual for that time of day. And that's when I first noticed the silence. It didn't happen all at once. It was like someone was slowly turning down the volume knob on the world. The rumble from the cement factory faded first. Then the distant sound of trucks on the main road disappeared. Even the wind seemed to stop making noise in my ears. I slowed my bike, confused by the sudden quiet. That's when I saw it. About 50 feet ahead of me, hovering maybe 3 feet above the road, was this object. I say object because I still don't have a better word for it. It was oval-shaped, but not flat like a disc. More like an egg standing on its end. And it was golden, not yellow, not brass, but like actual polished gold that seemed to glow from within. The surface wasn't completely smooth. It had these subtle patterns across it, almost like fingerprints, but more geometric. The thing that immediately struck me was that I could clearly see underneath it. There was space between it and the ground. It wasn't touching anything. It wasn't big, maybe about the size of our kitchen table. And it was positioned at this weird angle, like it was tilted about 30 degrees. And it was spinning, not fast, but steadily, like it was balanced on an invisible axis. But the spinning didn't match any physics I understood, even as a kid. Parts of it seemed to move differently than others, like sections were rotating independently. I stopped my bike completely, just staring. My first thought was some kind of weird balloon or advertising thing, but there were no strings, no visible means of propulsion at all. The silence around me was absolute now, so complete that I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. The thing moved, not in a straight line, but in this smooth, deliberate way, like it was being guided. It was moving at maybe 15 or 20 miles per hour, about the speed of a car cruising through a neighborhood. And I swear to God, when it reached the stop sign at the intersection, it actually paused there for a second or two before making a perfect left turn. That's when the fear hit me. Up until then, I'd been frozen in fascination, but something about the way it moved, so deliberate, so aware, sent this primal fear through me. This wasn't a balloon or a drone or anything I could explain. This was something else. I don't remember deciding to pedal away. One second I was watching it drift down the road after making that turn, and the next I was pumping my legs as hard as I could in the opposite direction. My lungs were burning, and I could feel sweat soaking through my t-shirt. I didn't look back once. As I raced away, the sounds of the world slowly faded back in. First, my own panicked breathing and the squeak of my bike chain. Then, the distant industrial hum of the cement factory. By the time I skidded into our driveway, the world sounded normal again, but I didn't feel normal at all. I dumped my bike on the lawn and ran inside, slamming the door behind me. Mom was still sleeping, so I just sat on the couch trying to make sense of what I'd seen. I was shaking so bad I had to sit on my hands. I didn't tell Mom when she woke up. What would I say? "Hey, Mom, I saw a floating golden egg that stops at stop signs." She would have thought I was making it up or had heat stroke or something. Dad would have said I was watching too many sci-fi shows. That night, I pulled out my children's Bible, the illustrated one my grandma had given me for Christmas, and started looking through it. I'd remembered something about angels appearing as wheels with eyes, and I thought maybe that's what I'd seen. But the descriptions didn't match. Nothing matched. I didn't ride my bike to the airport for weeks after that. When I finally did go back, I took a different route, adding an extra mile just to avoid that intersection. I never saw the golden oval again. For years, I tried to convince myself it was something explainable. An experimental drone, a weird reflection, a hallucination from the heat. But none of those explanations ever felt right. What I saw moved with purpose. It followed traffic laws. It seemed intelligent. As I got older, I started reading about UFO encounters and paranormal experiences, hoping to find someone who'd seen something similar. I've read hundreds of accounts over the years. Everything from classic flying saucers to orbs of light to triangular craft. Nothing ever matched what I saw. The closest descriptions I've found are some accounts of probe drones that people think might be sent by whatever intelligence is behind UFOs. But even those are usually described as metallic or silvery, not golden, and they don't typically follow roads or stop at intersections. I'm 30 now, and I've traveled all over the world. I've worked in aerospace engineering. Partly because of what happened that day, I wanted to understand what I saw. I've learned enough to know that what I witnessed defies conventional explanation. No human technology in the 1990s could have done what that object did. The silent hovering, the weird rotation, the way it moved. The strangest part is the silence. I've never found another account that mentions that specific detail. The way all sound seemed to be sucked out of the environment. It wasn't just quiet. It was an absence of sound that felt physical, like pressure against my eardrums. Sometimes I drive through that industrial area when I visit my parents. It's changed a lot. New buildings, wider roads, more traffic. But whenever I pass that intersection, I slow down and look around, half expecting to see that golden oval again, hanging in the air, defying everything I know about how the world is supposed to work. I don't know what I saw that day. Maybe it was some kind of interdimensional object that briefly crossed into our reality. Maybe it was technology so advanced we can't comprehend it. All I know is that for a few minutes on a summer afternoon in Santa Rosa, the rules of the world I thought I knew were suspended, and I glimpsed something impossible. The memory is as clear today as it was 20 years ago. The golden surface catching the sunlight, the absolute silence, the way it paused at the stop sign like it was following our rules while being completely unbounded by them. Some nights I still dream about it, watching it make that perfect left turn before disappearing from my life forever. Story 14. I've always been into paranormal stuff, but more as a skeptical hobbyist than a true believer. I watch those ghost hunting shows and laugh at the dramatics while secretly wondering if there's something to it. That was my mindset when my friend Jake suggested we join an overnight ghost hunt at the Ohio State Reformatory in Mansfield, Ohio last month. It'll be fun, he said. Worst case, we get to explore a cool old prison at night. I agreed, thinking it would be a good story to tell either way. I'd seen The Shawshank Redemption years ago and knew they filmed it there, but I had no idea about the place's actual history until I started looking it up before our trip. We drove the 2 hours from Columbus on a Friday evening in October, arriving just as the sun was setting. The massive stone structure loomed against the darkening sky, looking exactly like what you'd imagine when someone says haunted prison. It was this imposing castle-like building with these huge stone walls and Gothic towers. The place was built in the late 1800s, and it honestly looks like something out of a horror movie. There were about 15 people in our group, plus 2 guides who introduced themselves as Sarah and Mike. They'd been leading paranormal investigations at the reformatory for years and gave us a brief history lesson in the main entrance hall. The echoes of their voices in that cavernous space set the tone immediately. The reformatory operated for almost 100 years, Sarah explained. Over 150,000 inmates passed through these walls, and at least 215 people died here, though the real number is probably much higher. Mike added, "We'll be visiting the most active areas tonight, including the cell blocks, the administration wing, and some places most regular tours don't get to see. We've provided each of you with a basic EMF detector and voice recorder. Feel free to ask questions when we're in the different areas." They divided us into 2 smaller groups. Jake and I ended up with Sarah's group, along with a middle-aged couple, 3 college girls who kept giggling nervously, and a serious-looking older guy who had brought his own elaborate ghost hunting equipment. Our first stop was the administration wing. The building was freezing cold, despite the mild October night outside. Sarah explained this was common in haunted locations. Spirits apparently drain energy from the environment, causing cold spots. I rolled my eyes at Jake, but I couldn't deny the goosebumps on my arms. We entered what Sarah called the chair room, a small, windowless space with a single wooden chair in the middle. The walls were peeling paint, and the only light came from our flashlights. "This is one of our most active areas," Sarah said. "People who sit in this chair often report being touched, scratched, or feeling the chair move beneath them. We believe the entity here may be Helen Glatke, the superintendent's wife who died from an accidental gunshot wound in the 1950s. I volunteered to sit first, partly to show I wasn't scared, and partly because I was curious. The wooden chair creaked as I sat down, and Sarah asked everyone to turn off their flashlights. The darkness was absolute. "Is anyone here with us?" Sarah called out. "If you're here, can you give us a sign?" Nothing happened for about 2 minutes. I was just about to make a joke when I felt it, a distinct cold spot that enveloped just my right side. It wasn't like an air conditioning draft. It was localized, as if someone had opened a freezer right next to me. My right arm felt like it was submerged in ice water. It's really cold on my right side," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "That's common," Sarah replied. "Helen, if that's you, can you touch our friend here?" That's when it happened. I felt what I can only describe as fingers, 3 distinct finger impressions, press into my right shoulder. It wasn't gentle. It was firm, deliberate, like someone getting my attention. I jumped up so fast I knocked the chair over. "Something touched me," I said, my heart racing. 3 fingers right here. I pointed to my shoulder in the darkness. When the lights came back on, Jake looked at me with wide eyes. "Dude, your face is white as a sheet." Sarah examined my shoulder and pointed to 3 faint red marks that were already fading. "This happens sometimes," she said calmly, like it was the most normal thing in the world. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd pressed against something. Maybe it was psychological suggestion. But I couldn't explain those 3 distinct pressure points or the cold that had surrounded just half my body. After the chair room, we moved to the east cell block. It was massive. 6 tiers of cells stretching up what seemed like forever, with a concrete floor below. Our footsteps echoed hollowly as we walked. Sarah explained that this was once the largest freestanding steel cell block in the world. "Many inmates died here," she said. "Some from illness, some from suicide, some murdered by other inmates. We frequently capture EVPs in this area, electronic voice phenomena, voices that you can't hear in the moment but show up on recordings." We all turned on our recorders and spread out along the cell block. I walked down to the end, away from the others, peering into the open cells. Each one was tiny, with just a small bed frame, toilet, and sink. I tried to imagine being locked in there for years and couldn't wrap my head around it. Standing alone at the end of the cell block, I felt a sudden wave of sadness wash over me. It wasn't my emotion. It felt external, imposed. My throat tightened, and my eyes welled up for no reason I could explain. I asked questions into my recorder, feeling slightly foolish. "Is anyone here with me? Did you die in this place?" Nothing happened, but I couldn't shake the overwhelming feeling of despair. When I rejoined the group, Jake looked at me strangely. "You okay? You look upset." "Just getting into the spirit of things," I joked, but the feeling lingered. The next stop was what they called the hole, the solitary confinement cells in the basement. These were different from the regular cells, smaller, darker, with solid doors instead of bars. The air felt thick and oppressive, and the temperature dropped noticeably as we descended the stairs. "Inmates could be kept down here for days or weeks," Sarah explained. "No light, minimal food, complete isolation. This is where we get some of our most violent paranormal reactions." As we walked down the narrow corridor, the serious guy's EMF detector started going crazy, the lights flashing rapidly. Sarah nodded like this was expected. "That's unusual," she said. "It's usually quiet until we've been here a while." The college girls huddled together, looking genuinely frightened now. The middle-aged couple held hands tightly. Jake was uncharacteristically silent. Sarah had us gather in a circle in the widest part of the corridor. She placed a flashlight in the center, turned on but standing on its end. "If there's someone here with us, can you turn this flashlight off?" she asked. Nothing happened for about 30 seconds. Then, without warning, the flashlight switched off. Several people gasped. Sarah didn't miss a beat. "Thank you. Can you turn it back on?" The flashlight remained dark for maybe 15 seconds, then flickered back to life. My rational mind scrambled for explanations. Faulty switch, battery issues, temperature changes, but the timing was uncanny. "Can you do it again to show us you're really here?" Sarah asked. The light went out immediately this time. When it came back on seconds later, I noticed something on the wall behind it. A shadow that didn't match any of our positions. It moved independently, sliding across the wall before disappearing. "Did anyone else see that?" I asked, my voice higher than normal. The serious guy nodded. Shadow figure. Common in this area. We spent about 30 more minutes in the hole, with the flashlight turning on and off seemingly on command, and the EMF detectors lighting up sporadically. I was thoroughly unsettled, but still clinging to potential scientific explanations. Our final stop was the West Wing attic. Sarah explained that due to overcrowding, violent prisoners were eventually housed dormitory-style in this massive, open space. The attic stretched the length of the wing, with broken windows letting in strips of moonlight that cast eerie shadows across the floor. "This is where some of the worst violence in the prison occurred," Sarah said. "Inmates attacking each other, guards being overwhelmed. The energy here is intense." She wasn't exaggerating. The moment we entered the attic, I felt a pressure in my ears, like being on an airplane during descent. The air felt electrically charged. My skin prickled all over. We spread out again, each taking a section of the attic to investigate. I found myself near a broken window, looking out at the prison grounds below. The moonlight was bright enough to see the high stone walls surrounding the property. I turned my recorder on again. "Is anyone here with me? Can you make a sound to let me know you're here?" The response was immediate. A loud bang from across the attic, like someone had slammed their hand against one of the support beams. Everyone jumped and Sarah called out, "Did everyone hear that?" We all confirmed we had. It wasn't subtle. It was like someone had punched the wood with significant force. "Can you do that again?" Sarah asked. Another bang, this time from a different location, then another and another, moving around the attic in a pattern that couldn't be explained by settling buildings or wind. It was responsive, intelligent. That's when I saw it, a full-bodied apparition, not some vague shadow or blur that could be dismissed as a trick of light. This was a man, solid enough that for a split second I thought another visitor had somehow joined us. He stood between two support beams about 20 feet from me, tall, broad-shouldered, wearing what looked like a guard's uniform. He stared directly at me, his face grim, before stepping backward and fading into the darkness. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. Jake noticed my expression and rushed over. "What? What did you see?" I pointed shakily to where the figure had been. "A man. A guard, I think. He was right there looking at me." Sarah came over immediately. "Describe him." I did, and she nodded slowly. "That sounds like Officer Wright. He was killed during a riot in 1942. Several visitors have reported seeing him up here." I'm not ashamed to admit I wanted to leave after that. The attic felt suffocating now, the air heavy with something I couldn't explain. But we still had 20 minutes scheduled in this area, and I didn't want to ruin it for everyone else. I stayed close to Jake after that, my recorder still running in my hand. That's when the whispering started, not from any of our group, but from just behind my left ear. It was too quiet to make out words, but it was distinctly a human voice, murmuring urgently, as if trying to tell me something. "Do you hear that?" I whispered to Jake. He shook his head, looking concerned. "Hear what?" The whispering continued, growing slightly louder. I still couldn't distinguish words, but the tone became more insistent, more desperate. Then something brushed against the back of my neck. Not the three-finger touch from earlier, but a full hand, cold and rough. I jerked away, bumping into Jake. "Something just touched my neck," I hissed. Sarah was leading the others to the far end of the attic, but Jake stayed with me. "Maybe we should join the group," he suggested. We started walking toward them, and that's when every single EMF detector in the room lit up simultaneously. The temperature plummeted so suddenly that we could see our breath. The whispering I'd heard amplified, becoming audible to everyone now. Multiple voices overlapping, coming from all around us. One of the college girls screamed. The serious guy was frantically adjusting his equipment, trying to record what was happening. The middle-aged woman clutched her chest, saying she felt a pressure there. Then, as suddenly as it started, everything stopped. The EMF detectors went dark. The temperature returned to normal. The voices ceased. We all stood in stunned silence for several seconds. "I think that's enough for tonight," Sarah finally said, her own voice shaky for the first time. "Let's head back to the entrance." No one argued. We filed out of the attic and made our way back through the prison in silence. In the main entrance hall, we met up with Mike's group, who looked equally rattled. Outside in the parking lot, Jake and I sat in his car for several minutes before he even started the engine. "Well," he finally said, "that was something." "Yeah," I replied. My hands were still trembling slightly. When I got home around 3 in the morning, I immediately plugged in my recorder to listen to the audio. Most of it was just me asking questions, followed by silence. But when I got to the attic section, my blood ran cold. After my question, "Is anyone here with me?" there was a clear response that I hadn't heard in real time. A deep, gruff voice saying, "Always here." And later, during the whispering I couldn't make out, the recorder had captured it perfectly. "Get out while you can. They won't let you leave soon." I've been trying to rationalize what happened that night for weeks now. I've researched infrasound, group suggestion, the power of expectation. None of it fully explains what all 15 of us experienced, especially the shared phenomena like the banging that moved around the attic or the sudden temperature drop that everyone felt. I'm not saying I'm a full believer now, but I can't call myself a skeptic anymore either. Something happened at the Ohio State Reformatory that night, something I can't explain, and sometimes, late at night, I still feel those 3 fingers pressing into my shoulder, still hear that urgent whisper in my ear, "Get out while you can." Story 15. I never believed in any paranormal stuff. Ghosts, demons, doppelgangers, all that crap was just entertainment to me. I was always the logical one in my friend group, the guy who'd explain away the creepy sounds in someone's basement as just the pipes or whatever. But what happened to me last Friday has completely messed with my head. I haven't slept right since, and I keep questioning what I saw. I'm 19, living with my parents and younger brother in Oakdale, Minnesota. Just your typical boring suburb where nothing weird ever happens. My parents own this cabin about 3 hours away, and they'd planned a weekend trip there with my brother, who's 17. I was supposed to go too, but I'd already committed to this party my friend was throwing on Saturday night. Plus, I had work on Friday anyway, so I stayed behind. Friday started out totally normal. I went to work at the grocery store where I've been since high school, stocked shelves, dealt with the usual annoying customers. Got home around 4 in the afternoon to an empty house, which was expected since my family had left earlier that morning. I remember being kind of pumped about having the place to myself for the weekend. No parents telling me to turn down my music, no fighting with my brother over the bathroom. Speaking of the bathroom, that's where this whole thing started. I had about 2 hours before I was meeting up with some friends for dinner, so I jumped in the shower. I've got this stupid habit of singing in the bathroom, like really going for it when no one's home. I was belting out this Post Malone song, probably sounding like a dying cat, when I got out of the shower. I was standing at the sink, towel around my waist, still singing way too loud while brushing my teeth. That's when I saw him in the mirror. My brother walked right past the open bathroom door in the hallway. He glanced in, made direct eye contact with me, gave me this little smirk and shook his head. Then he said, "Fucking anon." That's what he always calls me when he's annoyed with me. It's been our thing since we were kids. I felt that immediate embarrassment of being caught singing, you know. I spit out my toothpaste and called out, "Dude, what are you doing home? I thought you went to the cabin." No answer. I grabbed my shorts from the counter and pulled them on quick, still calling out to him. "Hey, did Mum and Dad drop you off or something?" Still nothing. I stepped out into the hallway and saw him walking, kind of quickly actually, toward his bedroom at the end of the hall. He was wearing his usual outfit, those black joggers he practically lives in, and his grey Minnesota Twins hoodie. His hair was messy like always. It was definitely him. "Seriously, what's going on?" I asked, following him down the hall. "Did you guys forget something? Did you drive back alone?" He didn't say anything or turn around, just kept walking toward his room. I noticed he was taking these really long strides, like he was in a hurry to get away from me. When he got to his door, he opened it just enough to slip through. Not all the way, which was weird, and shut it behind him. I reached his door maybe 3 seconds after it closed. I knocked once, then opened it, saying, "Dude, what the hell?" The room was empty, completely empty. I stood there for a second, confused. His bedroom isn't big, and there's nowhere to hide. His closet door was open, showing all his clothes hanging up. I checked under the bed, even though there's barely enough space for a shoe under there, let alone a person. I looked out his window, which was locked from the inside, like it always is, because the frame is warped and it's a pain to open. My first thought was that he was messing with me somehow. My brother and I are always pulling pranks on each other, so I figured he must have darted out of his room through some route I didn't see and was hiding somewhere else in the house. I searched everywhere, every closet, behind the couch, the basement, even checked to see if any doors were unlocked, indicating he'd run outside. Nothing. After about 15 minutes of searching and calling his name, I started to get this cold feeling in my stomach. I grabbed my phone and called my mom. "Hey, honey, everything okay?" She answered. "Yeah, is Dylan with you guys?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Of course he is. We're playing Monopoly right now and he's absolutely crushing us," she laughed. "Want to talk to him?" Before I could answer, I heard my dad in the background say something about Dylan being a property shark, then my brother's laugh. That stupid donkey laugh he has that always annoys me. But in that moment, hearing it sent chills down my spine. "Jason, you there?" My mom asked. Yeah. "No, that's okay. I was just checking. You guys are definitely at the cabin right now." "Yes, we've been here since about 11 this morning. Is everything all right?" I mumbled something about just being confused about when they were coming back and quickly ended the call. Then I sat down on the couch, my hands shaking. What had I just seen? It wasn't possible that Dylan was at the cabin and also in our house, but I know what I saw. It wasn't some vague shadow or glimpse that could have been my imagination. I had a full, clear view of my brother. He looked at me, he spoke to me, he walked to his room. I started questioning myself. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. Maybe it was the fumes from cleaning the bathroom earlier, but none of that made sense. I wasn't drunk or high. I hadn't hit my head. I was completely lucid. The more I thought about it, the more certain details started to stand out. The way he walked, those unnaturally long strides, like his legs were slightly too long for his body. The way he only opened his bedroom door partially before slipping through, even though he always swings it wide open normally. But everything else was exactly right. His clothes, his hair, his voice. Even that little head shake he does when he thinks I'm being an idiot. I cancelled my plans with my friends that night. Told them I was coming down with something. There was no way I was leaving the house. But I also didn't want to stay there alone. I ended up calling another buddy who lives nearby to come over. I didn't tell him what happened. Just said I was bored and wanted to hang. We played video games until like 2 in the morning, and honestly, having someone else there helped calm me down a bit. But after he left, I couldn't sleep. I locked my bedroom door and kept all the lights on. Every noise made me jump. I kept thinking I heard footsteps in the hallway or Dylan's voice calling my name. At one point around 4 in the morning, I swear I heard his bedroom door open and close, but I was too terrified to check. The rest of the weekend was a blur of anxiety. I spent as much time as possible out of the house, only coming back to sleep, and even then I barely got any rest. I kept the TV on all night, just to have some noise. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw my brother's face smirking at me in the bathroom mirror. My family came back Sunday evening. When they walked through the door and I saw Dylan, the real Dylan, I felt sick. He was exactly the same as what I'd seen on Friday. Same clothes. He really does wear that hoodie too much. Same messy hair, same everything. "What's your problem?" he asked when he caught me staring at him. "Nothing," I mumbled. "Just glad you guys are back." Later that night, when everyone was settling in, I casually asked Dylan if he'd been home at all on Friday. "What? No, dumbass. I was at the cabin with Mom and Dad the whole time." "Why?" "No reason," I said. "Just thought I heard something." I haven't told anyone in my family what happened. How could I? It sounds completely insane. I know what I saw wasn't a burglar or some random kid who broke in. It was Dylan, or something that looked exactly like Dylan. It's been almost a week now and I still can't explain it. I've looked up doppelgangers and all kinds of paranormal stuff online, but nothing quite matches what I experienced. Sometimes I almost convince myself it was just my imagination. But then I remember how real it was. The sound of his voice, the way the floorboards creaked under his feet as he walked down the hall. The worst part is that I'm home alone again right now. My parents took Dylan to a college visit and I had to work. Every few minutes I find myself staring down the hallway toward his bedroom, half expecting to see him walk by. I've got all the lights on and I'm typing this sitting in the kitchen with my back against the wall so nothing can sneak up behind me. I don't know what was in my house that day. I don't know if it'll come back. All I know is that something that wasn't my brother, but looked exactly like him, was here with me, and I have no explanation for where it came from or where it went. Story 16. I never thought I'd be one of those people posting about weird, unexplainable stuff happening in my house. I used to laugh at ghost stories and roll my eyes whenever someone claimed their house was haunted. But that was before we moved to Ashton Heights, before my daughter started talking about the Blue Girl we'd been renting for years, saving every penny to finally buy our own place. When the development at Ashton Heights opened up, we jumped at the chance. The neighborhood was perfect, new construction, good schools, parks nearby, and still somewhat affordable despite the housing market being insane. My wife Emma was pregnant with our second child, and our daughter Lily had just turned 4. It felt like the right time to put down roots. Moving day was exhausting but exciting. Lily ran through the empty rooms, her footsteps echoing on the hardwood floors. "This is my room!" she squealed, claiming the smaller bedroom with the walk-in closet. Emma and I exchanged smiles. This was what we'd worked so hard for. The first week was normal, unpacking boxes, arranging furniture, learning the sounds of a new house, all the usual stuff. I remember thinking how quiet the place was at night compared to our old apartment. No neighbors stomping overhead or sirens wailing past our windows. Just peaceful silence. It was about 2 weeks after we moved in when Lily first mentioned her. I was tucking her in for the night when she asked, "Daddy, can you tell the Blue Girl to be quiet? She keeps talking when I'm trying to sleep." I figured it was just her imagination. New house, new imaginary friend. Made sense. "Sure, sweetie," I said, playing along. "Blue Girl, you need to let Lily sleep, okay?" Lily nodded, satisfied, and I didn't think much more about it. Kids say weird stuff all the time, but she kept bringing up the Blue Girl. At breakfast, she'd say things like, "The Blue Girl doesn't like orange juice," or "The Blue Girl was jumping on my bed this morning." Again, nothing that unusual for a 4-year-old with an active imagination. Then came the day I was painting the living room. Emma had taken our car to go shopping for baby stuff, and I was home with Lily. She was playing upstairs in her room while I worked downstairs, rolling pale yellow paint onto the walls. I had music playing from my phone, but even over that I heard Lily's voice call out, "Daddy, someone's in my room!" I dropped the paint roller immediately. It hit the drop cloth with a wet splat, but I was already moving, taking the stairs two at a time, heart hammering in my chest. All I could think was that someone had broken in, that Lily was in danger. I burst into her room, out of breath, looking wildly around for an intruder, but there was just Lily standing in the middle of her room, pointing at her closet. "She was right there, Daddy," Lily said calmly. "The blue girl was hiding between my clothes." The closet door was open, showing nothing but her little dresses and shirts hanging neatly on the rod. I checked anyway, pushing clothes aside, looking for I don't know what. There was nothing there. "See, no blue girl," I said, trying to sound reassuring while my heart rate slowly returned to normal. "Just your clothes." Lily shook her head stubbornly. "She was there. She hid when she heard you coming." I gave her a hug and told her it was just her imagination, but something about the incident unsettled me. The genuine alarm in her voice when she called out, the certainty with which she pointed to the closet. Life went on. Emma's pregnancy progressed, and we continued settling into the house. I finished painting, we hung pictures, planted some flowers. Lily still mentioned the blue girl occasionally, but I figured it was just a phase that would pass. Then, about 3 months after we moved in, I was at work when Emma called me. Her voice was tense. "Hey, I think we need to talk about Lily's imaginary friend," she said. "The blue girl, what about her?" I asked, distracted by an email that had just popped up on my screen. "Lily told me something weird this morning after you left for work," Emma said. She said, "The blue girl opened my closet last night and snuck in. She was looking at me all night." I felt a chill despite the office's overzealous heating system. She probably just had a nightmare. That's what I thought too, but then she said something else. She said, "The blue girl followed Daddy outside this morning." I swiveled my chair away from my computer, giving Emma my full attention now. "What does that mean?" "I don't know. I asked her what the blue girl looks like, and she just said she has a blue head. I'm a little freaked out, to be honest." "It's just her imagination," I said, though I wasn't feeling as confident as I tried to sound. Kids go through phases like this. When I got home that evening, I asked Lily about the blue girl myself. She was coloring at the kitchen table, scribbling with intense focus. "Hey, Lily Pad, Mom told me the blue girl was watching you last night." She nodded without looking up from her drawing. She likes to watch people sleep. "That's interesting," I said, fighting the urge to shudder. "And Mom said the blue girl followed me this morning." "Uh-huh. She follows you sometimes." She said it so matter-of-factly, like she was telling me the sky is blue or grass is green. "What does she look like, this blue girl?" Lily put down her crayon and looked at me, her little face suddenly serious. Then she raised her arm and pointed silently to the corner of the ceiling. I looked up automatically, seeing nothing but the junction where 2 walls met the ceiling. "There's nothing there, sweetie." "Not now," Lily said, returning to her coloring. "She only comes out sometimes." That night, after Lily was asleep, Emma and I talked in hushed voices in our bedroom. "Should we be worried?" Emma asked, rubbing her swollen belly absently. "It's normal for kids to have imaginary friends, but something about this feels different." "Maybe it's just the stress of the move and the new baby coming," I suggested. "She's probably processing a lot of changes." Emma nodded, but I could tell she wasn't convinced. Neither was I, if I'm being honest. A few days later, I noticed something that really disturbed me. Lily had developed a new habit. She wanted to play in her closet. With the lights off, I caught her sitting cross-legged in there, the door almost closed, just a sliver of light illuminating her face as she whispered to someone I couldn't see. "Who are you talking to, Lily?" I asked, pulling the door open wider. "The blue girl," she answered simply. "She likes it dark." "What are you guys talking about?" I tried to keep my voice casual. Secret things, Lily replied. She says I can't tell. Every parenting instinct I had was suddenly on high alert. Lily, you know you can tell Mommy and Daddy anything, right? We don't keep secrets in this family. She just looked at me with those big innocent eyes. But the blue girl says I have to keep her secrets or else. Or else what? I asked, trying not to let my alarm show. Lily shrugged. I don't know. She just says, or else. That night, I lay awake for hours, listening to the house settling around us, wondering if I was overreacting or if there was something genuinely wrong happening. I'd never believed in ghosts or spirits, but Lily's behavior was starting to make me question everything. The next morning, I found tiny handprints on Lily's bedroom window from the outside. We live on the second floor. I called Emma over, my voice shaking. Did you see these? She stared at the small smudges clearly visible in the morning light. Those look like kid-sized handprints. On the outside of a second-story window, I added unnecessarily. We both stood there, staring at those tiny prints, neither of us wanting to acknowledge what this might mean. Maybe they were there from when the window installers put them in, Emma suggested weakly. We both knew that made no sense, but I nodded anyway. Yeah, probably. Later that day, I was in the garage getting some tools when I heard Lily talking upstairs. Emma had gone to a doctor's appointment, so I knew Lily was alone in her room. I quietly climbed the stairs and stood outside her door, listening. I can't do that, I heard her say. That would make Daddy sad. There was a pause, as if she was listening to a response. No, I won't, she said firmly. You're being mean. Another pause. Stop it, Lily suddenly shouted. Stop saying that! I pushed the door open to find Lily standing in the middle of her room, tears streaming down her face, yelling at an empty corner. Lily, what's wrong? I rushed to her side. She threw herself into my arms, sobbing. The blue girl is saying bad things about you and Mommy. She says you don't love me anymore because of the new baby. I held her tight, my mind racing. That's not true at all. We will always love you, no matter what. And you know what? I don't think the blue girl is very nice. Maybe we shouldn't talk to her anymore. Lily looked up at me, her face tear-stained. But she says she'll be mad if I don't talk to her. Well, Daddy will be here to protect you, I promised, though I had no idea how to protect my daughter from something I couldn't see or understand. That night, after another discussion with Emma, I decided to set up an old baby monitor in Lily's room. Not the normal kind. This was one with video that connected to an app on our phones. I told Lily it was so we could check on her while she slept, which wasn't entirely a lie. At 3 in the morning, the monitor app alerted me to movement in Lily's room. I opened it, my heart in my throat, to see Lily sitting up in bed, talking to her closet. The door was open, just a crack, darkness spilling out like ink. I know, but I can't go with you, she was saying. My Mommy and Daddy would be sad. I was out of bed instantly, rushing to her room. When I opened her door, Lily turned to look at me, completely calm. The blue girl wants me to go with her, she said simply. Go where? I asked, my mouth dry. Lily pointed to her closet. To the blue place. She says it's nice there. I marched to the closet and threw the door open wide, turning on the light. Nothing but clothes and toys. I even knocked on the back wall, half expecting to find some kind of passage or hidden door. Just solid drywall. The next day, I did something I never thought I would. I called a local paranormal investigation team. I felt ridiculous making the call, but I was desperate for answers. They agreed to come by the following weekend. In the meantime, things escalated. Lily's toys would be arranged in circles when we entered her room. She'd wake up with small bruises she couldn't explain, and she started drawing pictures, dozens of them, all featuring a tall, thin figure with a blue, featureless head. When I asked about the drawings, Lily said, "That's what she looks like when she's mad." The night before the paranormal team was scheduled to arrive, I was awakened by a crash from Lily's room. I raced down the hall to find her closet doors flung open, clothes scattered across the floor, and Lily standing in the middle of the chaos, trembling. "She's really mad now, Daddy," Lily whispered, her eyes wide with fear. "She knows you called the ghost people." I gathered her up and brought her to our bed, where she eventually fell asleep between Emma and me. I lay awake, watching her breathe, wondering how the hell this had become our reality. The paranormal team spent 4 hours in our house the next day. They took readings, set up cameras, asked Lily questions. They seemed genuinely concerned by what they found. Cold spots in Lily's closet, unexplained electromagnetic fluctuations, and most disturbing of all, what they described as negative energy centered around my daughter. Their lead investigator, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes, took me aside before they left. "I don't want to alarm you," she said quietly, "but whatever is attached to your daughter, it's not a typical haunting. It feels hungry." "Hungry for what?" I asked, though I feared I already knew the answer. "For her," the woman said simply. "These entities sometimes attach themselves to children because children can see them, interact with them. They feed on that attention, that fear, and sometimes they want more. They recommended a cleansing ritual, gave us some protective measures to take, and promised to return for a follow-up. But as they were leaving, the lead investigator turned back. "Consider finding a different house," she said. "Sometimes it's not the child they're attached to, it's the location." We've been sleeping with Lily in our room since then. The cleansing seemed to help for a while. The blue girl appeared less frequently, according to Lily. But last night, I woke up around 2 in the morning to find Lily's side of the bed empty. I found her in her closet, the door closed except for a tiny crack. When I opened it, she was sitting cross-legged in the dark, looking up at the empty space above her. "She says it's too late," Lily told me, her voice eerily calm. "She's already inside. I don't know what to do anymore. We can't afford to move again so soon. Emma's due in 3 weeks. And last night, I thought I saw something in our bedroom mirror, just for a second, a tall, thin reflection with a featureless blue head, standing behind me where nothing should have been." Story 17. I still get goosebumps thinking about that night. It happened in the dead of winter last year in Northridge, when we were having that brutal cold snap. I'm talking negative 35 degrees Celsius, the kind of cold where your nose hairs freeze the second you step outside. Our house is pretty old, 114 years to be exact. We knew that when we bought it 2 years ago. The previous owners mentioned some quirks about the place, but honestly, that's just realtor speak for this old house makes weird noises. Whatever. James and I loved the character of it, the original hardwood floors, the ornate trim work, the history. Sure, being directly across from Harrison's funeral home wasn't ideal, but the price was right, and we needed the space with Charlotte on the way. That night started like any other. Charlotte, our 2-year-old, had fallen asleep on the living room couch while we were watching some mindless reality TV show. She looked so peaceful there that we didn't want to move her just yet. James was finishing up some work emails, and I was getting drowsy around midnight. "I'm heading up," I told him, rubbing my eyes. "Don't forget to bring Charlotte up when you come." "I won't," he said, not looking up from his laptop. "Just going to grab some water and finish this email." I trudged upstairs, my body heavy with exhaustion from chasing a toddler all day. Our bedroom was freezing despite the heater running full blast. These old houses, I swear. I closed our bedroom door to keep in what little warmth there was, changed into my flannel pajamas, and turned on the fan. I know it sounds crazy to use a fan when it's so cold, but I need that white noise to sleep. I was just drifting off when it happened. It was exactly 3 in the morning. I know because I checked my phone immediately after. The sound that ripped through our house, I still struggle to describe it properly. It wasn't human. It wasn't animal. It was like a demonic scream straight out of a horror movie, but 1,000 times worse, because it was real. It echoed through the entire house, cutting through the fan noise like it wasn't even there. My entire body went rigid. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Every hair on my body stood up, and I felt this overwhelming sense of dread wash over me. The scream lasted maybe 3 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. My first thought was, Charlotte. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands, but I was too terrified to get out of bed. What if whatever made that sound was still out there? I texted James. Did you hear that? As I hit send, a text from him appeared simultaneously. Did you hear that scream? That's when I really got scared. It wasn't just in my head. It was real. I called James instead of texting back. Where's Charlotte? I whispered, my voice trembling. She's fine, he said, his voice hushed and tense. Still asleep on the couch. I was in the kitchen filling my water bottle when I heard it. I ran to check on her immediately. What was that? I asked, my heart hammering against my ribs. I don't know, he replied. It sounded like it came from inside the house, but that's impossible. I'm coming down, I said, though my body was screaming at me to stay put, to hide under the covers. I crept down our creaky staircase, wincing at every sound. James was standing in the living room doorway, just watching Charlotte sleep. He looked pale, his forehead beaded with sweat despite the cold. Could it have been outside? I whispered, though I already knew the answer. All our windows were shut tight against the extreme cold. There's no way a sound from outside could have been that clear, that loud. No way, James confirmed. It was in here, with us. We did a sweep of the house, checked every closet, under every bed, behind every door. Nothing. Just our little family and whatever had made that ungodly sound. We brought Charlotte up to our room after that. No way were we leaving her alone. She never stirred, thankfully. James and I didn't sleep a wink, though. We just sat there, backs against the headboard, listening to every creak and groan of our old house with new suspicion. When morning finally came, I felt sick with exhaustion. James had to go to work, but I called in sick. There was no way I was staying in that house alone with Charlotte after what happened. As I was making coffee, trying to shake off the night, I remembered the rumors. When we first moved in, our next-door neighbor, Mrs. Kravitz, had stopped by with a casserole and a warning. You know this place has history, right? She'd said, her eyes darting around our living room. The Harrison family built both this house and the funeral home. They used to prepare bodies here before they built the proper facilities across the street. We'd laughed it off at the time. Everyone thinks old houses are haunted. It's just the floors settling, pipes expanding, normal house stuff. But now I wasn't so sure. There had been other things I'd brushed off. The shadow figures I'd occasionally see in my peripheral vision always disappearing when I turned to look. The way Charlotte sometimes stared and giggled at empty corners of rooms. The sleep paralysis I'd been experiencing more frequently since moving in, waking up unable to move, feeling a presence in the room. Nothing, though. Nothing had been like that scream. I called my mum later that day, trying to sound casual, as I asked if she knew any cleansing techniques for homes. She's into all that spiritual stuff. Why? Something wrong with the house? She asked immediately. I broke down then, told her everything. Instead of thinking I was crazy, she drove over that afternoon with sage, sweetgrass, and salt. We're going to smudge every inch of this place, she said firmly, lighting the bundle of sage. And you're going to open all the windows while we do it. Mom, it's -35 outside. Just for a few minutes in each room. The cold will help shock and drive out whatever negative energy is here, and the open windows give it a path to leave. So there I was, in my winter coat and gloves inside my own house, following my mom around as she wafted sage smoke into every corner, every closet, every doorway, while frigid air poured in through the open windows. Charlotte thought it was hilarious, bundled up in her snowsuit, clapping her mittened hands. You need to speak firmly to whatever is here, Mom instructed. Tell it this is your home now, and it needs to move on. I felt ridiculous, but I was desperate enough to try anything. So I stood in the middle of our living room and said, as authoritatively as I could, "This is our home now. You are not welcome here. You need to leave." My voice echoed slightly, then nothing, just the sound of the wind whistling through the open windows. When we finished, my mum hugged me tight. "Give it time," she said, "and if anything else happens, you call me immediately." That night I barely slept, even with James home. Every little noise had me tensing, waiting for that scream again. But it never came. Days passed, then weeks. No more screams. I started to relax a little, though I still found myself listening for it sometimes. I've spent a lot of time researching what could have made that sound. Could it have been a fox? They make horrible screaming noises. But we live in a very urban area, and again, the windows were shut tight against the cold. There was no way a sound from outside could have been that clear, that present. Could it have been a weird pipe noise, a freak acoustic phenomenon? Carbon monoxide making us hallucinate? We checked the detectors, all working fine. The fact that we both heard it simultaneously rules out most rational explanations. I've also researched the history of our house more thoroughly. The Harrison family did indeed own both properties. The patriarch, Edmund Harrison, was the town's undertaker from 1889 until his death in 1927. According to old newspaper clippings I found at the local library, he died in this house, in what is now our bedroom. The librarian, an older woman who's lived in Northridge her whole life, got very quiet when I mentioned our address. "There were rumors," she said carefully, "about Edmund's practices. Nothing proven, of course, but people said he sometimes experimented with the deceased. Different preservation techniques. This was before regulations were strict, you understand. That night, I couldn't sleep at all. I kept thinking about those experiments happening in our home, maybe in the very room where I lay. What kind of energy would that leave behind? What kind of pain? What kind of scream?" It's been months now since the incident. We haven't heard the scream again, though sometimes I think I catch echoes of it in my dreams. James wants to pretend it never happened, but I can't. I see how he tenses when the house makes a noise, how he always checks on Charlotte before coming to bed, how he never again fills his water bottle in the kitchen after midnight. I'm not sure what happened that night. I'm not sure I want to know, but sometimes, when I'm home alone and the house is too quiet, I find myself waiting, listening for that scream that defied explanation, and I wonder if whatever made it is waiting too, gathering strength for the next time. Maybe the cleansing worked. Maybe whatever was here has moved on, or maybe it's just waiting. All I know is that I'll never forget that sound as long as I live. And sometimes, on cold nights when the wind howls around our old house, I swear I can almost hear it again. That inhuman scream that came from everywhere and nowhere all at once. Story 18. I've never told this story to anyone outside my closest friends. Even now, my hands are shaking as I type this. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts or supernatural stuff, or at least I wasn't before. I'm a regular guy who works at a hardware store during the day. But what happened to me at Oak Ridge Cemetery changed everything I thought I knew about life and death. My grandparents died within 6 months of each other when I was 24. They practically raised me after my parents split up. Their deaths hit me hard, harder than I expected. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, felt like I was drowning in grief. One night about a year ago, I found myself wandering into Oak Ridge Cemetery at dusk. It wasn't planned. I just drove there on autopilot, parked my car, and walked to their graves. It felt peaceful sitting there talking to them, telling them about my day like I used to when they were alive. So I came back the next night, and the night after that, that's when I started noticing them, these dark shapes moving between the gravestones. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, or maybe it was just the grief messing with my head, but they kept appearing, these shadow people. They never approached me or seemed threatening. They just existed, floating between the tombstones, lingering by certain graves. I mentioned them to a friend once, who looked at me like I'd lost my mind. After that, I kept it to myself. People already thought I was weird for visiting a cemetery every night, but old Frank, the cemetery keeper, he understood. I bumped into him one evening while he was locking up the gates. He saw me sitting by my grandpa's grave, and instead of kicking me out, he just nodded like he knew. "You see them too, don't you?" he asked. I didn't have to ask what he meant. I just nodded. "Been seeing them for 37 years, he said. "They don't bother nobody. Just lost, I think, looking for something." After that, Frank would sometimes leave the side gate unlocked for me. I'd bring flowers, small trinkets my grandparents would have liked, Grandpa's favorite candy, a knitting needle for Grandma. Sometimes I'd bring extra food and share it with Frank if he was around. About a month ago, it was the 13th of October, I remember, because it was Friday the 13th and there was a full moon. Everything changed. The cemetery felt different that night. The air was thick and cold, like walking through invisible cobwebs. The moon was so bright it cast sharp shadows across the tombstones. I'd brought some homemade beef stew in a thermos for Frank. He'd mentioned his arthritis was acting up with the colder weather, and my grandma's stew recipe always helped when my joints ached from working construction a few years back. I couldn't find Frank anywhere that night. I checked his usual spots, the maintenance shed, the north gate where he usually took his smoke breaks. Nothing. So I decided to leave the thermos by the shed and head to my grandparents' graves. That's when I heard it. A child crying. Not just any crying. This was the kind that makes your heart twist in your chest. Deep, gulping sobs that sounded so desolate, so alone. I thought maybe a kid had gotten locked in the cemetery somehow. It was nearly 11 at night by then, way too late for children to be out, especially in a graveyard. I followed the sound, weaving through the tombstones in the older section of the cemetery where the grass grows wild and some of the stones are so weathered you can barely read the names. The crying led me to a small, crumbling gravestone, half hidden behind an angel statue. The stone was old and covered in lichen, titled slightly to one side like it was sinking into the earth. And behind it was a little girl. She couldn't have been more than 7 or 8. She was wearing what looked like an old-fashioned dress, the kind you see in black and white photos from the early 1900s. But what struck me most were her feet, bare and so pale they almost glowed in the moonlight, too pale, unnaturally white. I knew what she was. But I wasn't afraid, not exactly, just sad. "Hey there," I said softly, crouching down a few feet away. "Why are you crying?" She didn't answer, just kept sobbing into her hands, her shoulders shaking. "It's okay," I tried again. "I'm not going to hurt you." "My name's Daniel. What's yours?" Nothing. For several minutes, I just sat there on the damp grass, the cold seeping through my jeans. I didn't push her. Something told me she'd talk when she was ready. Finally, the crying slowed and she looked up at me. Her face was streaked with tears, but they didn't look right. They didn't catch the moonlight like they should have. "No one comes anymore," she whispered. Her voice sounded distant, like it was coming from underwater or down a long tunnel. "What do you mean?" I asked. "My grave. No one visits. Not for a whole year and 3 months and 7 days. She pointed at the gravestone she was sitting behind. I had to squint to make out the faded inscription, "Emily Rose Martin, beloved daughter, April 3rd, 1912, December 2nd, 1919. "I miss them," she continued. "Mama used to bring daisies every Sunday. Papa would read me stories. My brother Tommy would tell me about school and his new friends." Her face crumpled again. But they stopped coming. They forgot me. My heart felt like it was being squeezed in a vice. I understood that fear, the fear of being forgotten by the people you love. It's why I kept visiting my grandparents. I don't think they forgot you, Emily, I said gently. Life can get complicated for the living. Maybe they moved away, or maybe it got too painful to visit. Sometimes people need time. She looked up at me, her eyes wide and desperate. But what if they never come back? What if no one ever visits me again? I reached for the thermos I was still carrying. I'll visit you, I promised. I come here almost every night. I'll bring you flowers, daisies if I can find them. Would you like that? Emily didn't answer, but her crying had stopped completely now. Are you hungry? I asked, though I wasn't sure if ghosts could eat. I unscrewed the cap of the thermos anyway and poured some of the still warm stew into it. My grandma's recipe. Best stew in 3 counties, she used to say. I set the cap down near her. I'll leave this here for you, and I promise I'll come back tomorrow with some flowers for your grave. As I spoke, something strange happened. The shadow behind the gravestone, Emily, seemed to waver, like heat rising from asphalt in summer. Then, slowly, she faded from view. The crying stopped too, leaving only the sound of wind rustling through the autumn leaves. But before she disappeared completely, I felt it, a sudden warmth that wrapped around me like a hug. It lasted only seconds, but in that moment, I felt such peace, such profound relief that tears sprang to my eyes. I sat there for a long time after she vanished, staring at the cap of stew I'd left behind. Eventually, I picked it up, still full, still warm, and poured it back into the thermos. I wasn't disappointed. I hadn't really expected a ghost to eat physical food. For the next week, I visited Emily's grave every night. I brought fresh daisies, a small teddy bear, and a book of children's stories I found at a thrift shop. I never saw her again, but sometimes I thought I could feel her presence, a slight change in the air, a faint scent of something sweet like honeysuckle. I started researching her family at the local library. The Martins had been prominent in our town in the early 1900s. Emily had died during the influenza pandemic. Her parents had moved away in 1921, according to property records. Her brother Thomas had gone on to become a doctor. About 2 weeks after my encounter with Emily, something incredible happened. I was at the cemetery earlier than usual, around sunset. As I approached the section where Emily was buried, I noticed a group of people standing around her grave. An elderly man leaning heavily on a cane, a middle-aged woman, and 2 teenagers. I hung back, watching from behind a large oak tree. The elderly man was placing flowers on the grave. Daisies. The woman was wiping away tears. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I didn't need to. I knew who they were. Emily's family. Not her immediate family, of course. They would all be long dead. But descendants. Perhaps the elderly man was her nephew, Thomas's son. I watched them for nearly half an hour as they cleaned the grave, replaced the flowers, and stood in a small circle holding hands. Before they left, the old man touched the top of the gravestone gently, like he was patting a child's head. I've never approached them, though I've seen them return twice since then. I don't need to know their story or explain mine. It's enough to know that Emily got what she wanted, to be remembered, to be visited, to be loved still. I still go to the cemetery almost every night. I still talk to my grandparents. I still see the shadow people sometimes, floating between the graves. Old Frank and I have become friends of sorts, sharing coffee from his thermos on cold nights, swapping stories about the cemetery and its permanent residents. Most people think I'm strange or disturbed when they find out about my nightly visits. They wouldn't understand if I told them about the shadow people or about Emily. But that's okay. I don't need them to understand. The veil between worlds is thin at Oak Ridge Cemetery. I've felt it, seen it, lived it. The connections I've made there are as real as any I have with the living. Maybe more real in some ways. Sometimes I wonder if Emily orchestrated the whole thing. if she somehow called to her family the way she called to me that night with her crying. I like to think she did. I like to think that whatever exists beyond this life, it still cares about connections and love and being remembered. As for me, I'm not afraid anymore. Not of death, not of grief, not of the shadows that move in the moonlight. There are mysteries in this world we'll never fully understand, and that's okay too. Story 19. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last summer. I've been hesitant to share this because I know how it sounds, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. So my family had planned this mini vacation to Ocean Shores for the weekend. Mom, Dad, and my younger brother Josh were all excited about it. But I told them I couldn't go because I had a work project due Monday. That wasn't entirely true. My buddy Mike was throwing this massive party Saturday night that I absolutely didn't want to miss. I was 17 then, and the thought of a parent-free house for the weekend was too good to pass up. They left Friday morning. I remember standing in the driveway, waving as Dad backed the SUV out. Josh was in the back seat, flipping me off with a smirk because he knew exactly why I was staying behind. My parents weren't completely clueless either, but they trusted me enough not to trash the place. The first night alone was exactly what you'd expect. Pizza, video games, and staying up way too late. Saturday morning I slept in till almost 11, then spent most of the day just lounging around and texting friends about the party. Around 6, I decided to shower and get ready. Our house is this split level from the 80s, with weird layouts and thin walls. You can pretty much hear everything from anywhere, which is why I cranked my music up when I hopped in the shower. I had my playlist blasting through the house speakers, mostly old-school hip-hop that Dad would have complained about if he were home. The bathroom is at the end of the upstairs hallway, right across from Josh's room. It's got this old-school medicine cabinet with those annoying lights that make every zit on your face look like Mount Everest. I remember the steam from the shower had fogged up the mirror, and I was using my hand to wipe it clear so I could shave. I was singing along to Eminem, and let me tell you, I'm no vocalist, but hey, nobody was home to judge. So I was really going for it, doing all the hand gestures and everything, while trying not to cut myself with the razor. I had shaving cream all over the lower half of my face, and was maybe halfway done. That's when it happened. I was mid-lyric when I noticed movement in the mirror. The bathroom door was cracked open about halfway. I never fully close it when I'm home alone, because our cat Pepper sometimes freaks out if she can't get to me. Through that gap, I saw Josh walk by in the hallway, not just a glimpse or a shadow. My brother, clear as day, wearing his favorite faded black hoodie and those ripped jeans Mom's always telling him to throw out. He slowed down as he passed, turning his head to look right at me through the doorway. His eyes met mine in the mirror, and he had this amused smirk on his face, the exact same look he gives me whenever he catches me doing something embarrassing. He shook his head slightly and said, "Fucking A, Nathan," then kept walking down the hall. I froze with the razor halfway to my face. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. Josh was supposed to be 3 hours away at the coast. Maybe they came back early, but I hadn't heard the front door or Dad calling out like he always does when they get home. I called out, "Josh?" My voice echoed in the bathroom. No answer. "Hey, when did you guys get back?" Still nothing. I quickly rinsed the remaining shaving cream off my face, not even bothering to finish. Water dripped everywhere as I wrapped a towel around my waist and stepped into the hallway. "Josh, where's Mom and Dad?" The music was still blaring, so I went to my room and turned it down, thinking maybe he couldn't hear me. The house felt different somehow, that distinct feeling when you're not alone anymore after having the place to yourself. I walked down the hall toward Josh's room, but the door was open and it was empty. Then I heard a sound from downstairs, like someone moving around. I headed toward the stairs and caught a glimpse of him. He was walking with these weird, hurried steps toward the dining room. His movement seemed off, too quick, almost like he was taking exaggerated strides. "Josh, hold up, man," I called out. But he didn't turn around. I saw him slip through the double doors that separate our dining room from the living room. What was weird was that he barely opened them, just enough to slide through sideways. And then they closed behind him. I'd never seen him move like that before. I reached the doors maybe 5 seconds after him and pulled them open. The dining room was completely empty. Our big oak table sat there with its 6 chairs all pushed in neatly. Nobody there. The only other exit is a doorway to the kitchen, but there's no way he could have crossed the room and gone through it that quickly without me seeing him. "Josh, this isn't funny," I shouted, my voice cracking slightly. I was getting irritated, thinking he was messing with me. I checked the kitchen, empty, the living room, den, bathroom, every closet, even the freaking pantry. No sign of him. The garage door was still closed, and all the exterior doors were locked from the inside. There was literally nowhere he could have gone. By this point, I was seriously freaked out. I went back upstairs and put on some clothes with shaking hands. I had this sinking feeling in my stomach that something was very wrong. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was just seeing things, but it had been so real. I heard his voice, saw his face clear as day. He spoke to me. I grabbed my phone and called my mom. It rang 4 times before she picked up. "Hey, honey, everything okay at home?" She sounded relaxed, the way she gets when she's had a glass of wine. "Yeah, quick question. Is Josh with you guys?" My voice must have sounded strange because her tone immediately changed. "Of course he is. Why? What's wrong?" There was concern in her voice now. "Nothing. I hesitated. I thought I saw him here at the house just now." There was a pause. Then my mom said something away from the phone that I couldn't make out. Then a shuffling sound. "Nathan, what's going on?" It was my dad now, his voice serious. I'm probably just being stupid, but I swear I just saw Josh walk past the bathroom while I was shaving. He looked right at me and said something, then walked downstairs. Another pause. I could hear muffled voices. Then Dad said, "That's impossible, Nathan. Josh is sitting right here across from me. We're playing Monopoly. He's been with us the entire time." My skin went cold. "Can you put him on the phone?" More shuffling, then Josh's voice. "Dude, what are you talking about? I'm literally 3 hours away from you right now." "What are you wearing?" I asked, my mouth dry. "What? Why do you—" "Just tell me what you're wearing right now." My black hoodie and those jeans with the rips that Mom hates." "Why, Nathan, you're freaking me out." I felt like I might throw up. That's exactly what the Josh I'd seen was wearing. "Nathan, are you sure you're okay?" My dad was back on the line. "Do you want us to come home?" Part of me wanted to beg them to come back, but I was also embarrassed. What would I say? That I saw Josh's ghost or something? No, it's fine. I must have just been seeing things. Maybe I'm more tired than I thought. I tried to laugh it off. Probably shouldn't have stayed up till 4 playing games last night. My dad didn't sound convinced, but after making me promise to call if anything else happened, he reluctantly hung up. I stood there in the middle of my bedroom, phone clutched in my hand, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I checked every room in the house again. I even went outside and walked around the perimeter, looking for any sign that someone might have broken in. Nothing was disturbed. No open windows, no jimmied locks. Just a quiet, empty house. I ended up cancelling my plans for Mike's party. There was no way I could enjoy myself feeling this unsettled. I spent the night with all the lights on, jumping at every creak and groan of the house settling. I barely slept, and when I did, I had nightmares about Josh's face, but with something wrong about it, something I couldn't quite identify. The weirdest part, when my family came home Sunday evening, Josh went straight to his room to unpack, and I followed him. I needed to see him, the real him, moving around in his normal way. As I watched him from the doorway, something struck me. The Josh I had seen. His movements hadn't just been hurried, they'd been wrong somehow, like someone trying to imitate how a person walks, but not quite getting it right. And his eyes. In the bathroom mirror, when our eyes met, his pupils had been huge, much bigger than they should have been in the brightly lit hallway. It's been over a year now, and I've never told Josh what I saw. What would I even say? Hey, remember that weekend you were at the beach? Your doppelganger stopped by to critique my singing. I've searched online for explanations, hallucinations, carbon monoxide, stress, nothing fits. What I saw wasn't a trick of the light or my imagination. It spoke to me. It knew my name. It knew exactly how Josh would react to catching me rapping badly in the bathroom. The most disturbing part is that whatever I saw, it was familiar enough with our house to know where to go. It moved with purpose, like it had a destination in mind. Sometimes I wonder if it's still there, hiding somewhere I haven't thought to look, waiting for the next time I'm alone. I don't stay home by myself anymore if I can help it. And when I do, I keep the music off and the bathroom door firmly shut. Story 20. I was only 8 when we moved into my great-grandmother's house after she passed away. It was one of those old places built in the 1930s, all creaky floors and weird little nooks that seemed charming during the day but took on a totally different feel at night. This was back in 1997, and looking back now, I wish I'd known then what I know now. Maybe it would have helped. Probably not, but maybe. The house was tiny compared to where we lived before. Just 2 bedrooms, one for me and another for my baby twin siblings, who were only 1 at the time. My mom and stepdad had to sleep on one of those pull-out beds in the living room. From my bedroom doorway, I could see them sleeping if I got up at night, which was kind of reassuring at first. That reassurance didn't last long. It started during our very first week there. I remember waking up in the middle of the night feeling like something was wrong, not the normal wrong feeling of being in a new place. This was different. When I looked out my bedroom door toward the living room, I saw them. Dark shapes moving around the pull-out bed where my mom and stepdad were sleeping. They weren't solid exactly, more like areas where the darkness was somehow darker, if that makes any sense. They moved in a way that wasn't quite right, not like how people move. I froze. I wanted to call out to my mom, but my voice wouldn't work. I just lay there watching these shadow things drift around the living room until I must have fallen back asleep from exhaustion. The next morning, I didn't say anything. What was I supposed to say? Mom, I saw shadow people watching you sleep. Even at 8, I knew that sounded crazy, so I kept quiet, but it kept happening. Almost every night I'd wake up and see those shapes. Sometimes there were just 1 or 2, sometimes more. They never came into my room, though, which was the only thing that kept me sane. Then the closet noises started, just small sounds at first. A soft thump or creak that could be explained away as the house settling. But they got louder. Sometimes it would sound like someone was scratching at the inside of my closet door. Other times it was more like tapping, as if something was trying to get my attention. The worst part was the lights. I'd wake up to these intense, bright flashes in my room. The first time it happened, I thought it was headlights from a car outside, but our house sat back from the road. There was no way car lights could shine that brightly into my room, and these lights didn't behave like headlights. They would pulse and move in ways that made no sense. One night, I think we'd been there about 2 weeks. I woke up to find someone standing over my mom in the living room. But this wasn't like the shadow people. This figure was the complete opposite. It was like it was made of light. So bright it hurt to look at, but I couldn't look away. It just stood there, looking down at my mom for what felt like forever. And then it was gone. Not like it walked away. It just wasn't there anymore. I pulled my blanket over my head and stayed that way until morning. The scratching and tapping moved to my window after that. I'd lie in bed hearing something drag across the glass, too terrified to look. Our house was one story and my window faced the backyard. There weren't any trees close enough to touch the glass, nothing that could explain the sounds. I started keeping my light on at night, but my stepdad would always turn it off after I fell asleep to save electricity. He didn't believe in nightlights, said they were for babies. So every night I'd fall asleep with the light on and wake up in darkness to those sounds and sights. Then came the night my bed started shaking. It was a metal frame bed, nothing special. I was almost asleep when I felt it. A slight vibration at first, like someone was gently moving the bed. I thought maybe it was just me drifting off, that falling sensation you sometimes get, but it got stronger. The whole bed frame was rattling. It started slow but got more and more violent until it felt like someone was grabbing the bed and trying to flip it over with me in it. I screamed. My mom came running in and turned on the light, and it stopped immediately. She thought I'd had a nightmare. How could I explain that I wasn't even asleep yet? That something was physically shaking my bed? She sat with me until I fell asleep again, but I could tell she was scared too. Not of what I'd said, but of something else, like she knew more than she was letting on. The very next night was when it happened for the first time. The thing that would become a regular part of my life in that house. I woke up but couldn't move at all. It was like my body was frozen solid, but my mind was wide awake. I could see everything in my room, could hear the clock ticking on my wall, but couldn't even wiggle a finger. Then I felt a weight on my chest, like someone was sitting on me. The pressure got heavier and heavier until I thought my ribs might crack. I tried to scream, but couldn't even open my mouth, and then I saw it, a dark figure at the edge of my vision. It moved closer until it was standing right beside my bed, looking down at me. It had a human shape, but there was something wrong about it. Its edges weren't clear, and it seemed to absorb the darkness around it. The worst part was its face, or where its face should have been. It just had a black void under what looked like a hood. I felt cold, so cold, like this thing was sucking all the warmth out of me. My chest hurt from the pressure, and I couldn't breathe right. It felt like it was draining something from me, not just my body heat, but something deeper. I don't know how long it lasted. It felt like hours, but was probably just minutes. Eventually the pressure eased and I could move again. I ran to my mom's pull-out bed, sobbing. She held me and let me sleep with them for the rest of the night, but she looked shaken too. The next morning, I finally broke down and told her everything. The shadow people, the lights, the noises, and now this paralyzing episode. I expected her to tell me it was just nightmares or an overactive imagination. Instead, she went pale. "You saw him too?" she whispered. "The shadow man with the hood?" My blood ran cold. She described exactly what I'd seen, the hooded figure that held her down and seemed to suck energy from her. She'd been experiencing it too, but hadn't said anything because she didn't want to scare me. We ended up calling this thing Hoodie, like giving it a name would somehow make it less terrifying. This was 1997, remember? We didn't have internet at home. I couldn't just Google shadow man with hood sleep paralysis and find out thousands of other people have seen the same thing. We felt completely alone in this experience, like we were the only ones this was happening to. The episodes continued, sometimes twice a week. Sometimes we'd get a blissful stretch of several days without incident. But it always came back. Always. I noticed patterns. It happened more when I was really tired or stressed. If I slept with a light on, when I could convince my stepdad to let me, it was less likely to occur. Sleeping on my side instead of my back seemed to help too, though nothing prevented it completely. My stepdad never experienced anything. Neither did my baby siblings. It was just my mom and me. Sometimes I'd hear my mom gasping for breath in the middle of the night, and I'd know Hoodie was with her. Other times, she'd come running when she heard me struggling. The worst night came about 3 months after we moved in. I woke up paralyzed again, with Hoodie standing by my bed, but this time there was a second figure behind him, another shadow person, but smaller, like a child. They both stood there watching me, while I felt that same draining sensation. When I could finally move again, I ran to the living room only to find my mom already awake, shaking. There were two of them, she said before I could speak. A big one and a little one. We both saw the same thing, at the same time, from different rooms. My stepdad started getting annoyed with us. He thought we were feeding each other's fears, making up stories. He couldn't understand why we were so exhausted all the time. The truth was, we were afraid to sleep. We'd take turns keeping watch, me until midnight, then I'd wake my mum to take over. It was the only way we felt safe. The activity in the house kept escalating. The shadow figures became more numerous. Sometimes I'd count 5 or 6 moving around the living room. The light being appeared more frequently too, always standing over my mom or my siblings' crib, never approaching me. One night, I woke to find my entire room filled with a strange mist that seemed to glow from within. It hovered about a foot off the floor, swirling slowly around my bed. I could pass my hand through it, but it wouldn't disperse. It stayed for about an hour before gradually fading away. Another time, all the pictures on my wall crashed to the floor simultaneously. There was no earthquake, no truck passing by to shake the house. They just fell, all at once, glass shattering everywhere. My mum and I started to keep a journal, documenting everything we experienced. We thought maybe we'd see a pattern, find some way to make it stop. All we discovered was that the activity seemed to intensify around the full moon and wane during the new moon. The night that still haunts me most happened about 6 months after we moved in. I was having a hoodie episode, the pressure on my chest, the cold, the draining feeling when something changed. Instead of just standing there, Hoodie leaned down over me. Its face, that black void, was inches from mine. I felt something like breath on my face, ice cold and smelling of dirt and something rotten. Then I heard a voice, not out loud but in my head, just 3 words. You are mine. When I finally could move, I found my mom already in my doorway. She was as white as a sheet. Did you hear it? She asked. I nodded. What did it say to you? Her voice was shaking. You are mine, I whispered. She started crying. It had said the same thing to her. That was the night we decided we couldn't stay no matter what. My stepdad thought we were both having some kind of shared delusion, but even he couldn't deny how sick we looked. Both of us had lost weight, had dark circles under our eyes, and jumped at every sound. We moved out 2 weeks later, just packed up and left, even though we had nowhere really to go. Ended up in a small apartment across town. The activity stopped completely once we left that house. No more shadow people, no more Hoodie, no more sleep paralysis. It was like crossing the threshold of that place, broke whatever connection these things had to us. Years later, when I was in college and had internet access, I researched what happened to us. I discovered sleep paralysis, shadow people, and the old hag phenomenon. All documented experiences that matched what we went through. Thousands of people around the world have seen the same hooded figure, felt the same pressure, heard similar voices. Knowing we weren't alone or crazy should have made me feel better. In some ways it did. But it still doesn't explain everything. How my mom and I had identical experiences simultaneously. The light being, the mist in my room, the pictures falling. I still don't know what was in that house. I don't know if it was something psychological, supernatural, or something science hasn't explained yet. All I know is what we experienced was real to us, and it changed us forever. To this day, I sleep with a light on, and I still wake up sometimes with the feeling that something is watching me from a dark corner, waiting. Story 21. I still get chills typing this out. It's been 3 months and I haven't had a decent night's sleep since. Every little noise in my house makes me freeze up. I've been sleeping with the lights on and I've moved my bed so it doesn't face any windows. This happened back in March when my friend Anna came to stay over at my place. We've been friends since college, about 7 years now, and she's crashed at my house dozens of times before. Nothing weird had ever happened. I live in this small 2-bedroom house that I inherited from my grandmother. It's in this older neighborhood with lots of big trees and houses from the 70s, not the kind of place where you'd expect anything creepy to happen. That night started off completely normal. Anna came over around 8. She'd been going through a rough breakup and needed some girl time. We ordered pizza, drank wine, and watched some terrible reality shows, just a normal Friday night hangout. Around midnight, we were both pretty tired, so we decided to call it a night. My guest bedroom has this queen-sized bed with a trundle bed underneath that pulls out. Usually when Anna stays over, we both sleep in the guest room, me on the main bed and her on the trundle. It's always been our setup. The guest room has this big window that faces the backyard. Nothing special out there, just my small yard with a couple of trees and a wooden fence separating my property from my neighbor's. We got ready for bed, brushed our teeth and said goodnight. Anna pulled out the trundle and we both settled in. I remember checking my phone one last time. It was around 12:30, before putting it on the nightstand and turning off the lamp. I fell asleep pretty quickly. I'm not sure what woke me up. It wasn't a noise exactly. It was more like a feeling, like when you sense someone watching you. My eyes just snapped open, and I had this immediate feeling that something wasn't right. The room wasn't completely dark. There was some moonlight coming through the window, and the street light from the alley behind my house always casts this dim yellow glow through the curtains. That's when I saw her, or what I thought was her. Standing by the window was what looked like Anna. She was just standing there, facing the window, with the curtains partially open. Her face was literally inches from the glass, like she was trying to press against it. Her back was to me, but I could see her reflection a bit in the glass. She was wearing the same pajamas Anna had gone to bed in, this oversized grey t-shirt and black leggings. At first, I wasn't scared. I just thought Anna had gotten up to look out the window for some reason. Maybe she couldn't sleep or heard something outside, so I propped myself up on my elbow and whispered, "Anna, what are you doing?" The figure didn't move for a second. Then, without turning around, it said, "Who?" The voice was off. It sounded like Anna, but flat, emotionless, and weirdly low, like someone trying to imitate her voice but not quite getting it right. Something about it made the hair on my arms stand up. I thought maybe she was half asleep or something, so I tried again. "Anna, why are you at the window? Is something out there?" Again, without turning around, that same flat voice. "Who?" That's when the first real wave of fear hit me. There was something so wrong about that response. It didn't sound like someone who was confused or sleepy. It sounded deliberate, like it was asking me to clarify who I was talking about, and the way the figure was standing was so unnaturally still. People fidget, they shift their weight, they breathe visibly. This thing wasn't doing any of that. A horrible thought suddenly occurred to me. I slowly, very slowly, leaned over the edge of the bed to look down at the trundle. Anna was there. She was fast asleep, curled up on her side, facing away from me. I could see her back rising and falling with her breathing. I could even hear her soft snoring. My blood turned to ice. If Anna was on the trundle bed, then who or what was standing at the window? I looked back up at the figure by the window, and that's when it happened. The thing snapped its head around to look at me, not like a person would turn, not a smooth movement where the shoulders follow. No, just the head, rotating unnaturally fast, like something from a horror movie. 1 second it was facing the window, and the next it was staring directly at me. Its face looked almost exactly like Anna's, but wrong in ways I can't fully explain. The proportions were slightly off. The eyes were too wide, too empty. There was no expression on its face, and those eyes, they were looking right at me, but there was nothing behind them. No recognition, no emotion, no humanity. They were cold and empty and ancient all at once. I screamed. I couldn't help it. I jerked backwards so hard that I slammed against the headboard and the whole bed shook. Anna, the real Anna, woke up instantly, sitting bolt upright on the trundle bed. What's happening?" she asked, her voice thick with sleep and panic. I couldn't speak. I was staring at the window, pointing, but there was nothing there anymore. The figure was gone. The curtains were swaying slightly, but there was no one standing there. Anna got up and turned on the lamp. She looked terrified, asking me over and over what was wrong. When I could finally speak, I asked her if she'd been standing by the window at any point. She looked at me like I was crazy and said no, she'd been asleep the whole time. I made her check the whole house with me, every closet, under every bed, behind every door. We found nothing. All the doors and windows were locked from the inside. There was no sign that anyone else had been in the house. I checked my phone. It was 2:40 in the morning. We stayed up the rest of the night with all the lights on, sitting in the living room. I couldn't bring myself to go back into that bedroom. I couldn't tell if Anna really believed me or if she thought I'd had a nightmare. She kept trying to find rational explanations. Maybe it was a reflection, maybe it was a waking dream, maybe someone had been outside looking in, which honestly would have been just as terrifying. The next morning, in the harsh light of day, I almost convinced myself it had been a nightmare. Almost. Except for one thing. When we went back into the guest room to get our stuff, the curtains were partially open. Anna always closes curtains completely before going to bed. She's paranoid about people looking in, and I distinctly remember the curtains being fully closed when we went to bed. Anna left around noon. She was clearly unsettled, but trying to play it cool. I could tell she didn't want to talk about it anymore. Since then, she's only come over during the day, and she always has an excuse about why she can't stay the night. I don't blame her. I've tried researching what might have happened. I've gone down rabbit holes about doppelgangers, entities that mimic humans, sleep paralysis. But none of it quite fits what I experienced. This wasn't a dream. I was fully awake. I saw what I saw. The worst part is that I still live in this house. I've thought about moving, but I can't afford to. Sometimes at night, I swear I hear something moving around in the guest room. I keep that door locked now. I don't go in there unless I absolutely have to. Last week I was in the kitchen making dinner when I caught a glimpse of someone walking past the doorway toward the guest room. I called out, thinking maybe a friend had come by and I hadn't heard them knock. When I went to check, there was no one there, but the guest room door was open, even though I know I'd left it closed. I don't know what was in my house that night. I don't know if it's still here. All I know is that something wore my best friend's face and asked me who, in a voice that still echoes in my nightmares. It looked at me with eyes that didn't belong to anything human, and the worst part, sometimes when I talk to Anna on the phone now, there's a split second where her voice sounds different, like it did that night, and I can't help but wonder, is it really her I'm talking to? I've never told anyone else about this. People would think I'm crazy. Maybe I am, but I know what I saw, and I know that whatever it was, it knew I saw it. And sometimes when I'm trying to fall asleep, I swear I can feel it watching me, waiting for me to open my eyes and ask, who? Story 22. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family before. Even now, typing this out, my hands are shaking a bit. I guess I'm hoping someone here might have experienced something similar or can at least tell me I'm not crazy. I was 3 years old when it first happened. My earliest memory, and God, I wish it wasn't. It was late, probably around 10 at night. I remember because my mom had just tucked me in, but I got up to get a drink of water. Our house was this typical suburban split level in Minnesota. Nothing special, nothing that would scream haunted to anyone looking at it. The hallway between my room and my mum's always got really dark at night. We had this dim nightlight, but it barely did anything except cast these weird shadows on the wall. So I'm walking down the hallway, sippy cup in hand, when I get this feeling like someone's watching me. You know that prickly feeling on the back of your neck? Even at 3, I knew something was wrong. I looked up and there it was, this thing on the ceiling. It wasn't exactly a shadow, but it wasn't solid either. It was like someone had painted a silhouette with black ink that was still wet and dripping, but nothing was actually dripping. It was crawling across the ceiling, moving exactly when I moved, stopping when I stopped. I froze, completely froze. It was directly above me, and I swear I could feel it looking at me, even though it didn't have eyes. Just this black mass with these long, finger-like projections reaching out. I was terrified, but somehow had the thought to see if it would follow me. I started walking towards my mom's room, and it moved with me, staying right above my head. When I got to Mom's door, I turned around really quick to see if it was still there, and nothing. It had vanished, just disappeared into thin air. I ran into my mom's room crying, but she thought I'd just had a nightmare. How could I explain what I'd seen? I barely had the vocabulary. That same night, I remember sitting on the floor in front of my mom's vanity mirror while she tried to calm me down. I was still sniffling, but as I looked in the mirror, something was off. My reflection wasn't right. I wasn't smiling. Trust me, I was still terrified. But my reflection had this wide, unnatural grin. Not a happy smile, but something wrong, too wide, too many teeth. I turned my head to look at my mom, who was digging through her drawer for tissues. But when I looked back at the mirror, my reflection hadn't moved. It was still staring straight ahead with that horrible smile, even though I had turned my head. I screamed again, and Mom just thought I was still upset about my bad dream. She took me back to my room, and I spent the whole night with my blanket over my head. For a while after that, nothing happened. Or maybe I was just too young to remember. But when I was about 5 or 6, something else happened that I can't explain. I was using the bathroom by myself. I was pretty proud of being a big girl who could do this alone. Our bathroom had this counter with the sink, and there was a glass sitting right on the edge. I remember staring at it, worried it might fall, when suddenly it just slid off, like someone had pushed it, but nobody was there. It shattered on the tile floor. My stepdad came running in, furious. He was convinced I'd knocked it over on purpose. I tried to tell him I was still sitting on the toilet, that I couldn't even reach the counter from where I was. But he wouldn't listen. He grabbed me by the arm, dragged me to the sink, and shoved a bar of soap in my mouth for lying. I can still taste that soap when I think about it. The chemical burn on my tongue, the humiliation, and underneath it all, the absolute certainty that I hadn't touched that glass. Things really ramped up when I turned 8, though. We moved into this old house, not ancient or anything, probably built in the 50s, but it had this heavy feeling to it, like the air was thicker somehow. From the first night, I felt watched, all the time, especially in my room. I'd constantly see these human-shaped silhouettes out of the corner of my eye, standing in doorways, at the foot of my bed, in the hallway. But whenever I'd turn to look directly at them, they'd be gone, just vanished. I started sleeping with my back against the wall, so nothing could sneak up behind me. The worst part was waking up at exactly 3 in the morning. Not around 3, not sometimes 3. Exactly 3 a.m., almost every night. I'd jolt awake with this overwhelming sense of dread, like something terrible was about to happen. I'd lie there, frozen, afraid to move, afraid to breathe too loud, just staring at my digital clock as the minutes slowly ticked by. Sometimes I'd hear scratching in the walls or footsteps in the hallway, even though everyone else was asleep. My parents thought it was just normal kid stuff, nightmares, an overactive imagination. They'd check under my bed, leave the hallway light on, but nothing helped. Around this time, I started having these recurring dreams. I'd be in this beautiful meadow with tall grass and wildflowers, and there would be this girl walking ahead of me. She always wore this white nightgown, and she had this light-colored hair, not quite blonde, more like a pale brown, that hung down her back. I'd follow her through the meadow calling out, but she never turned around. The dreams weren't scary exactly, but they left me feeling unsettled, like I was missing something important. For my 9th birthday, my parents got me this new bed with a bookshelf headboard. I loved reading, so I filled it with all my favorite books, these heavy, hardcover chronicles of Narnia and Harry Potter books. The night after my birthday, I felt particularly afraid. The watching feeling was stronger than ever. I could practically feel eyes on me from every dark corner of my room. I built myself a little fort with my pillows, arranging them around my head like a protective barrier. I don't know why I did it, just a kid's instinct, I guess. Eventually I fell asleep and had the meadow dream again. But this time it was different. This time, the girl finally stopped walking. She turned around slowly, and I was so excited to finally see her face, but she didn't have one. Where her face should have been was just smooth, blank skin. No eyes, no mouth, no nose. Nothing. I woke up screaming, heart pounding out of my chest. As I sat up, I heard a series of thuds. All of my books, every single heavy hardcover, had slid off the headboard shelf and fallen exactly where my head had been. If I hadn't built that pillow fort, they would have hit me directly in the face. I looked at my clock. It was 3:01 a.m. I ran to my parents' room, hysterical. They checked my room, found the fallen books, and assumed I'd just bumped the headboard in my sleep. But I know I didn't. I was lying completely still when it happened, and how could I have knocked all of them off at once? After that night, things got even weirder. I'd wake up to find my toys rearranged, or my closet door open, when I was sure I'd closed it. Once I woke up at 3 a.m. to the sound of digging coming from inside my closet, like someone was trying to claw their way out. I hid under my covers until morning, and when my mom finally checked, there was nothing there. No holes, no marks, nothing. When I was 10, I had a friend sleep over for the first time. Jessica was from school, and I was nervous about having her stay because of all the weird stuff. But I figured maybe nothing would happen with someone else there. We stayed up late watching movies and finally fell asleep around midnight. At exactly 3 a.m., I woke up to Jessica sitting bolt upright in her sleeping bag, screaming at the top of her lungs. Her eyes were wide open, but she wasn't looking at anything specific, just screaming. My parents came running in, and Jessica eventually calmed down, but the weirdest part, she didn't remember any of it the next morning. She had no idea why she'd screamed or what she might have seen. She never came for another sleepover. The incidents continued for years while we lived in that house. Objects moving on their own, whispering voices that seemed to come from inside the walls, cold spots that would appear suddenly in rooms, so cold you could see your breath even in the middle of summer. I'm 26 now, and I still can't explain what happened during those years. My parents sold the house when I was 14, and whatever was there seemed to stay behind, thankfully. But sometimes, even now, I'll wake up suddenly at 3 a.m. with that same feeling of dread, and sometimes, just sometimes, I think I catch a glimpse of something dark moving across my ceiling. Even now, I can't sleep without checking all my closets first and making sure my back is against the wall. Some scars don't heal, I guess, even when they're invisible. I still don't know what was haunting me or why. Was it the house? Was it me? Was it just a child's imagination taken to the extreme? All I know is what I experienced was real. No one will ever convince me otherwise, and sometimes I still dream of that faceless girl in the meadow, still wonder what she wanted to tell me. Story 23. I've been debating for weeks whether to post this. I'm not sure if writing it all out will help me process what's been happening or just make it more real. Either way, I need to tell someone who won't think I'm crazy. We moved into our house in suburban Texas about 8 months ago. Great neighborhood, good schools for the kids, decent commute to work. all the usual checkboxes. What the real estate agent conveniently failed to mention was that our entire subdivision was built on what used to be Black Hope Cemetery. I only found this out 3 months after moving in, when our neighbor Frank mentioned it casually over the fence like it was no big deal. Oh yeah, they relocated most of the graves back in the 80s, but there was a whole lawsuit about it. Some folks said they didn't get all the bodies. You haven't noticed anything strange, have you? I laughed it off at the time. We'd had some weird experiences, but I'd blamed them on the house settling or our imagination. Now I'm not so sure. The first incident I can't explain away happened about 2 months ago. I had just put my 9-month-old son down for the night. He's usually a good sleeper, so once he was out, I headed to the living room where my wife was watching TV. Our bedroom door was closed, and as I walked past, I noticed something beneath the door. 2 thin shadows, shaped almost like peg legs. They were perfectly still, as if someone was standing just on the other side of the door. I froze. My first thought was that someone had broken in, but our security system was armed. I called out my wife's name, and she answered from the living room. The shadows remained for about 10 seconds, then simply vanished. Not like someone walking away. They just disappeared. I yanked the door open and found nothing, just our empty bedroom. I checked the closets, under the bed, the attached bathroom. Nobody. I tried to convince myself it was just a weird shadow from the hallway light, but I knew better. The shape was too distinct, too deliberate. I didn't tell my wife that night. I didn't want to scare her. Looking back, I wish I had. The next morning, I was getting ready for work, standing at the kitchen counter. I set my keys down in the center of the counter while I packed my lunch. The counter is completely level, and my keys were nowhere near the edge. I turned to grab something from the fridge, and I heard the distinct sound of metal dragging across the granite. When I turned back, my keys were sliding, on their own, across the counter. They moved about 6 inches before falling to the floor. I stood there, staring at them. There was no breeze, no vibration, nothing that could explain what I'd just seen. I picked them up with shaking hands and left for work without eating breakfast. That night, I told my wife what happened. She admitted she'd been experiencing things too, but hadn't wanted to worry me. Small things at first, items not being where she left them, cold spots in the house, the feeling of being watched. But the most terrifying incident happened a week later. Our daughter is 7 and has autism. She's sensitive to noise and changes in routine, so she has her own bedroom where we've created a safe, comfortable environment for her. Around midnight, my wife got up to use the bathroom and passed by our daughter's room. The door was partially open, as we always leave it. My wife says she saw a black mass, not quite solid, but darker than the darkness of the hallway, zoom across our daughter's doorway. Then, slowly, the door began to close on its own, not slamming, but deliberately, inch by inch. She screamed for me, and I ran from our bedroom. By the time I got there, the door was almost closed. I pushed it open, heart pounding, expecting I don't know what, but our daughter was sound asleep, undisturbed. There was nothing else in the room. My wife was shaking. Something was in there, she insisted. Something dark. I saw it. I searched the entire house, every closet, under every bed, behind every door. Nothing. But that night, neither of us slept. We sat in our daughter's room, watching over her until dawn. 2 nights later, we were in bed, both still awake around 1 in the morning. Our bedroom door was closed. Without warning, it jerked open about 1.5 feet. Not slowly like it might if there was a draft. It moved suddenly, violently, then stopped. My wife grabbed my arm so hard she left bruises. I got up, checked the hallway, checked the kids' rooms. Again, nothing. But when I came back, my wife was crying. "I can't do this," she said. "I can't live like this." I suggested setting up cameras, but her response surprised me. "No," she said firmly, "I don't want proof. If we have proof, we can't stay here anymore, and we can't afford to move." She was right. We'd sunk everything into this house. The market was down. We were stuck. The incidents continued. My wife was hanging laundry in our master closet one afternoon when she felt a sudden chill. She turned around and saw a dark, shadowy figure standing motionless at the back of the closet. Not moving, not threatening, just there. She fumbled for the light switch, and when the light came on, it was gone. I started researching the history of the cemetery. Black Hope was a burial ground for freed slaves and their descendants from the late 1800s until the 1950s. In the 1980s, developers bought the land, and according to court records, they were supposed to relocate all the graves before construction. Some families sued, claiming their ancestors' remains were still there under the houses. The developers won the case, but rumors persisted that corners were cut, that not all the bodies were moved. I wondered if that explained what was happening. Were we living on top of someone's final resting place? Were they angry, confused, just trying to be acknowledged? Last week, things escalated. My wife was home alone with the kids while I was at work. She was in the kitchen making lunch when she felt something tug on her shirt. She turned, expecting to see our son, but he was napping in his playpen in the living room. She says she saw a small black figure with long hair standing by the kitchen island. It vanished when she blinked. That same night, we both heard footsteps outside our bedroom window. Not normal footsteps, they sounded like boots on gravel, though our yard is grass and the window is on the second floor. The sound circled the house, around and around, for almost an hour. Yesterday was the worst so far. I was getting the kids ready for bed when my daughter pointed to the bathroom and said, "Who's that man?" I looked and saw a tall, dark silhouette standing in front of the bathroom window. Not outside, inside, between us and the window. I pushed the kids behind me and flipped on the light. Nothing there. I checked every inch of that bathroom. No signs of entry, nothing disturbed. But my daughter was adamant. "He was there, Daddy. He was looking at us." My daughter has never made up stories like this before. She's very literal, very factual. If she said she saw someone, she saw someone. Last night I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of crying. Not my kids. This sounded older, mournful. It was coming from inside the walls. My wife heard it too. We sat up in bed, holding each other, as the crying continued for almost 20 minutes before fading away. I'm writing this now because I don't know what else to do. We can't move. Financially, it's impossible right now. We can't afford an exorcism or whatever you'd call it. I've tried sage, prayers, demanding whatever is here to leave. Nothing works. Last night, I found old property records online. Our house specifically sits where the cemetery's children's section used to be. I feel sick thinking about it. Are these the spirits of children who were buried here? Is that why they seem drawn to my kids? I'm sitting in my car in the driveway as I type this. I don't want to go back inside, but I have nowhere else to go. My wife just texted that our son's toys are moving on their own in his room. She's grabbed both kids and is waiting for me in the front yard. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to protect my family from something I can't see or touch or understand. All I know is that we're not alone in this house. We've never been alone, and whatever is with us is getting bolder by the day. Story 24. Have never told this story outside of my family. Even now my hands are shaking as I type this. Some might call it superstition, but when you witness something like this firsthand, you know there are forces in this world that science can't explain. My grandmother Maria passed away 3 years ago at the age of 87. Before she died, she made me promise to tell her story. "Someone needs to know," she whispered, her wrinkled hand gripping mine with surprising strength. "Someone needs to understand what happened to our family. I grew up in a small village in Montenegro, nestled between mountains that seemed to touch the sky. Our house was large but simple. Stone walls that had stood for generations, wooden beams darkened by decades of cooking smoke. It was a multi-generational home where my great-grandfather, the family patriarch, ruled with absolute authority. My grandmother often told me about her early days in that house after she married my grandfather in 1952. She was just 17 then, beautiful and hopeful, but there was already a shadow in that household, a woman everyone called the witch. She wasn't called that to her face, of course. Officially, she was just another daughter-in-law, married to my great-grandfather's eldest son. But her husband had been murdered in a dispute over land before they could have children. Instead of returning to her family as was customary, she stayed in our household. My great-grandfather, perhaps out of respect for his dead son, or perhaps out of fear, allowed her to remain. I remember this woman from my childhood, tall and thin with silver hair, always pulled back so tightly that her eyes seemed permanently narrowed. She wore black every day of her life that I knew her. The older villagers would cross themselves when she passed by. Children weren't allowed to play near her garden. Dogs would whimper when she approached. When I was little, I didn't understand why everyone feared her. I just knew to stay away. It wasn't until my grandmother finally shared her story that I understood the horror that had haunted our family for decades. My grandmother Maria had been in the house for just a few months when she became pregnant for the first time. She was overjoyed. Bearing sons was the primary duty of a young wife in those days, but during her third month, she had a dream that would be the first sign of the nightmare to come. I was lying in bed, she told me, her voice dropping to a whisper even though we were alone, when I felt someone sit beside me. I opened my eyes and saw a woman in a white wedding dress. Her face was hidden behind a veil, but I knew who it was immediately. It was her. The woman in the wedding dress leaned close to my grandmother and said, "Congratulations, you're pregnant with a boy, but don't get excited because he's going to die." My grandmother woke up screaming. My grandfather tried to comfort her, saying it was just a bad dream. The pregnancy continued, and she gave birth to a healthy baby boy. For a few weeks, she thought perhaps the dream had been nothing but a terrible nightmare. Then one morning she went to check on the baby and found him cold and blue in his crib. No explanation, no warning. The doctor called it crib death. My grandmother was devastated but tried to move forward. Within a year, she was pregnant again. And again, the woman in the wedding dress came to her in a dream with the same message. "Congratulations, you're pregnant with a boy, but don't get excited because he's going to die." This time, my grandmother was terrified. She told my grandfather about the dream, and he took her to see a priest. The priest blessed her and gave her holy water to sprinkle around the baby's crib. But in her heart, my grandmother knew it wouldn't help. Her second son lived for almost a year. He seemed healthy and strong until one day he developed a fever that wouldn't break. Within 24 hours, he was gone. The doctor said it was meningitis, but my grandmother knew better. When she became pregnant for the third time, my grandmother was desperate. She convinced my grandfather to send her to stay with her sister in a village nearly 50 kilometers away. She believed the curse was tied to the land, to that house where the witch lived. Perhaps if she gave birth elsewhere, her child would be spared. The baby boy was born healthy, and my grandmother stayed with her sister for a full year, refusing to return home despite my great-grandfather's demands. The child thrived, and my grandmother began to hope that she had broken the curse. When the boy was 13 months old, circumstances forced my grandmother to return to the family home. My great-grandfather had fallen ill, and as the wife of his youngest son, my grandmother was expected to help care for him. She brought her baby with her, praying that after a year away the curse might have weakened. The first night back in that house, my grandmother couldn't sleep. She kept checking on her baby, who was restless and feverish. Around midnight, the child began to struggle for breath. My grandmother, panicking, did something she never thought she would do. She ran to the witch's room and begged for help. I remember how calm she was, my grandmother told me, her eyes distant with the memory, as if she'd been waiting for me to come. She didn't ask any questions, just followed me to my room. The witch examined the baby, who was gasping for air, his little face turning purple. Then she asked for an egg. My grandfather, who had been watching helplessly, ran to get one. The witch took the egg and cracked it directly onto the baby's chest. What happened next haunted my grandmother until the day she died. The egg yolk, instead of running down the sides of the baby's chest as it should have, began to move on its own. Slowly, deliberately, it crept up toward the baby's neck, as if being pulled by invisible strings. I saw it with my own eyes, my grandmother told me, and I knew she wasn't lying. The raw fear in her voice, even decades later, was too real. The yolk moved like it was alive, like something was controlling it. When it reached his neck, it stopped and just sat there, pulsing slightly. The witch turned to my grandmother and said, "The baby won't die with you in the room. You have to leave." My grandmother refused at first, clutching her baby and sobbing, but the witch insisted, saying it was the only way to know the truth. My grandfather, believing the witch was trying to help, gently pulled my grandmother from the room. The moment I stepped over the threshold, my grandmother said, tears streaming down her face, even after all those years, I heard my baby make a terrible choking sound. I tried to run back in, but my husband held me back. By the time I broke free and got back to the crib, my son was dead. The official cause was recorded as choking, but no one in the family believed it. After that night, my grandmother knew with absolute certainty that the witch had cursed her. In the years that followed, my grandmother gave birth to 8 more children, 11 in total. Only 5 survived to adulthood. Each death was different: illness, accident, unexplained. But my grandmother believed they were all part of the same curse. The most devastating was the death of her 8-year-old son in 1967. The family had temporarily moved to Italy for work, thinking perhaps the curse wouldn't follow them across borders. The boy was playing with friends when he chased a ball into the street and was hit by a car. He died instantly. That night, my grandmother swore she saw the woman in the wedding dress standing at the foot of her bed, smiling. I asked my grandmother once why the witch would curse her. She had no concrete answer. Perhaps she was jealous that I could have children while she couldn't, she said. Or maybe she blamed our family for her husband's death. Some people just have darkness in their hearts. The witch herself lived well into her 90s, outliving my great-grandfather and many others in the family. She died when I was 15, and I remember the day of her funeral. How no one from the village would help dig her grave, how the priest seemed to rush through the service, how it rained despite it being the middle of summer. After her death, no more children in our family died under mysterious circumstances. My own mother had 3 children, all of whom survived to adulthood. My cousins all lived. It was as if a dark cloud had finally lifted from our family. But the memory remains, and the fear. Even now, I sometimes dream of a woman in a wedding dress standing at the foot of my bed. I wake up checking on my own children, heart pounding, afraid of what I might find. I've tried to research what might have really happened. Could the witch have poisoned the children somehow? Was there a genetic condition in our family that medical science at the time couldn't identify? Or was it truly something supernatural, a curse that defies rational explanation? I may never know the truth, but one thing I do know is the terror in my grandmother's eyes when she told me about watching that egg yolk move up her baby's chest was real. Whatever happened in that mountain home in Montenegro all those years ago wasn't just a story or a superstition. Sometimes late at night, when the house is quiet and the shadows seem a little too dark, I wonder if curses can skip generations. I wonder if the woman in the wedding dress is just waiting for the right moment to visit me in my dreams with her terrible message. And I wonder if telling this story will awaken something that should have stayed buried with my grandmother and the witch.